Hello, welcome to Nezo's Bad Shop. I'm your host Nezo, and today we're doing a build video on the Sakura D6. This particular D6 is the red carbon version, or what I call the D6 Plus. They refer to it as the D6 GA, red in this case. So we're going to build it, and I've already done an unboxing and everything. This car's already been unboxed. This was the one from the previous unboxing video I just did. It's already got it's already been opened and all that stuff. We're gonna crack it open right now, start laying things out, start moving my building pads around here, my Cow RC magnetic pads. I have the close-up camera on standby here, and then I'm gonna take you through my tools that I have laid off to the side here that I normally use for building, and then go through the manual, lay out the bags in a particular order, and we'll go from there. At least in this kit, you do get wheels and tires, so there is that. And the previous owner of this kit did open a couple of these bags already just to look at a few things. So if I find I have a few parts or a part or so missing from this build, I'll advise, and we'll go from there. And I will be taking breaks throughout the filming of this video. So you'll notice at some points I'll say I'm going to stop the camera here, and then the video will cut off. There might be a transition, or it'll just go right into the next scene. That'll be me taking a break, and it'll be a good idea for you guys to take a break. Whoever you are out there building in audience land, for stretching, for having a snack, and even for hydrating, because it's very important. We're going to need to hydrate while we build this car. So let me continue to get the bags out here and lay them in a particular order, and then I'll explain why I'm doing that. I'm going to get the manual out, get the chassis pieces out, and everything. There's some nice stickers in here. We won't put any of those on. We'll leave those for the owner. There is an addendum, instruction manual addendum here, so we will have that out as well. We will go through everything. You're going to build this car alongside me. We're going to go through it together, and there is another additional instruction manual as well. This is particularly for the shocks, talking about the shock build and stuff like that. And the different parts on this build that are different from the standard car build, the regular D6. So we'll put this all off to the side, and here's our instruction manual. We're going to build the car in the UMR configuration. That's the upper motor rear-wheel drive configuration. We have our manual here. Okay, so let's put our box off to the side now, sort of out of shot. And one of these big bags that I cut open, one of these ones, probably this one, or whatever bag you may like, we're going to use that as our garbage bag for the build. That way, in case we miss a screw or we don't empty one of these bags correctly, and we think we've lost a part, it might still be in one of these bags. It happens every now and then, so it's a good idea to not throw the stuff completely in the bag, or in the garbage right away, buried it, in case you don't have to go look for it. So let me make some quick organization of this. I usually put the lowest numbers, or the highest numbers in the bottom of the box first. So here is 8, 7. I'm going to go down 6, 5, 4, 3. 3, 2, and the first bag 1. There we go. This is our magnets and stuff. They've put this separate, so we're gonna just put them off separate. That's particular to the end of the build. The main bag here that has a bunch of stuff in it. Actually, we'll get that cut open in a second. Kind of getting ahead of myself here, so let me just put a few of these things off to the side. We got our instruction manual ready. Let's go through my tools right now. If you want to skip ahead, feel free. I'm gonna grab the close-up camera here, and we're gonna move over here and check out the tool set. So here's particular tools I use. It's not a huge amount of tools, but for this build, I broke out most of the tools because the D6 build is quite a lot to do. And some of the things we're going to need to do, like pre-threading threads into some of the plastics, because the plastics, the tolerances are very tight and it's time consuming. So we're going to use drill there. I got my DeWalt drill. We're going to use my handheld drills as well. This drill up here has got the hand chuck, so you can put different things in there. I'm going to actually chuck in one of the turnbuckles straight into there to do reverse threading. We'll explain that later. But here I have an assortment of smaller tools. I got a utility knife and even a hobby, or X-Acto as people call it, smaller knife for trimming parts off trees and stuff. Lots of tools here for turnbuckles, 5.5 mil, 4 mil, excuse me. And the Sakura D6 does use smaller size than 4 mil turnbuckles, so I have smaller. They're like 3.5, 3 mil hex head or tool head there. Forget the name of it, excuse me. Those are for the turnbuckles, and then I got a hex wrench and a 3Racing, ball cup screw. That's for inserting ball cups into, which saves your fingers. Very good. A bunch of quarter-inch chucks for actual hex heads and nuts and stuff. An assortment of 1 or 2 mil attachments. Small screwdriver here with a pH. What do I got? pH 0 for very small Phillips heads. Hobby scissors. These are actually, well, they call it hobby scissors, but they're body scissors. These are curved. I have a set specifically for just cutting anything, so it's very handy. A hex driver set. Can you tell which one's the 2 millimeter? It's the one that doesn't say anything because it gets used the most. And this set is by Dynamite, and I've owned this for well over 10 years, this set, and I've never replaced any of those tips. So very high quality product anyway, tried and true. And we're gonna need those from time to time. And I even use these to build turnbuckles faster. I'll explain that later as we get to it. A pair of needle nose pliers and side cutters as well. They're very handy for many things. Got a body reamer handy because we may have to stretch or elongate a couple holes in the chassis plate. I'll explain that later, but I have the reamer ready as well. We're not preparing a body, but I wanted that out for that reason. I got shock pliers here. That's for building shocks. More on that when we do the shocks. A vernier caliper for turnbuckle length, size, and everything. It's a digital version. See there? And always make sure when you close it down, always zero it out. There we go. No matter what you do, always zero it. Okay, but it has manual readings as well, but the digital's nice. Screwdriver with 1/4-inch chuck, and that's for pH 2 Phillips. And look, oh, I've got 2 sets of hobby scissors, cool. And I got some tissues over here, Kleenex, what have you. That's just in case for wiping up the shock. Green slime residue I have over here, the team associated green slime to seal up the O-rings. We're going to substitute O-rings. I'm going to talk about that later. These are some spares I found because I forgot to ask the owner of the car, who is Samuel. Shout out to Samuel for providing his Sakura D6 GA, the red car here, and Loctite branded thread locker. You'll hear me say Loctite periodically. I'm actually meaning thread locker. That's for screws that go metal to metal, and that's for preventing things backing out on track. And I have a 3D printed shock assembly holder here. Makes life very easy for when you're building shocks. You can use any kind of shock holder if you've got it built into a car stand or whatever. That's my tool set. That's what we're using today. I shouldn't need to run off camera and get any more tools, but if I have to, we will worry about that when the time comes. And for the most part, I'm going to try and use the close-up camera for most of the builds, so you're going to see me reference to the close-up camera. The edits will cut to all that, trying to do a nice production for y'all. Whoever you are out there building this car alongside me. So we're almost 10 minutes deep and I haven't opened anything, so let's start opening things. I'm going to try and keep it entertaining as we go through here, both with some chatter and tips and tricks. So even right here, see this large bag? We can use this as a garbage bag off to the start. I'm going to make my life easy and just trim that all the way. An assembly mat is always good as well. A work mat is good. These Cow RC mats are magnetic, so when screws and stuff drop into them, they don't really go anywhere, which is nice. Shouldn't go anywhere. And yes, this is going to be our garbage bag, so we'll put garbage in there, make sure we don't lose anything. And the nice part about this kit, the 3Racing D6 kit, is they do provide you with a bunch of lubricants and other things. I have my own tool set that I usually always use anyway, but it's nice that if you don't have some of this stuff handy, well, this one's a little bit wet. That's a little bit, the cap's a little loose. Then yeah, you can use some of this stuff. So we've got 3Racing provides you with thread locker, which is very nice. Put it on the close-up cam there. Thread locker. Put that over to the side. This is our differential oil. We will need this. This is 100 weight CST for the diff. So we're going to need that. Put that off to the side. Get rid of some bags here. This one is the shock oil, which is number 50 CST, aka 5 weight. We all just call it 50 weight, even though that's not technically true. The easiest way to identify it is 50 weight. It's the lowest viscosity. It's the lightest oil. Okay, and the other thing 3Racing does provide is some ceramic grease, and this is for the shock. This is for the shock O-rings, in case you don't have any. I'm going to put it up to the camera there. So there is a typo on it, a small typo. But yes, I'm not going to use that stuff. I'm going to use the team associated green slime because that's what I like to use preferably. If you want to use the 3Racing stuff, you're more than welcome to. It definitely works, but I prefer green slime. That's just my preference. Here we've got the tool set. Oh, I didn't even read. Well, I didn't need to open this, but I did. This is double-sided tape. We got an Allen wrench there. That's what they've provided. I'm going to leave some of this over here. We're going to need these 2 screws. I'm going to put these off to the side. One of these mats is going to be my for later bits and bytes, and the more newer-ish, cleaner one will be for building stuff. The bigger mat will be for placing assemblies and stuff like that in it, and various other things. So, tool set that we did get here, the hex wrench, which is various sizes, 7 mil, 5.5 mil, stuff like that. We do get a ball cup screw wrench, so the owner of the car will be happy to have one of these, that's for sure. One of the best tools I've ever had in my kit that I received in a car kit was the 3Racing ball cup screw wrench. And I'll illustrate that later as we build. This little bag did have the 25 tooth pinion, which is important. So we're going to put that off to the side for later. And this bag seemed to be out and about. I think this came out of another parts assembly bag. I don't think this is supposed to be out and about right now. It's motor mount, servo saver stuff, diff housing mounts. So I'm going to put this off to the side. I think it came out of one of the other main bags. Because the owner of this car has had this car for probably a whole year and didn't bother building it, / forgot about it, / other projects he was working on. And so he lent it to me for a build video. And now he's excited to get it going. So getting the build video going. And then that way we can get it on track and maybe film this car. I'm not sure. I've done a good amount of filming on my Sakura D6, which is back here. It's had a bunch of upgrades. It's chilling back there for the video. I got the box back there as well. But maybe just, we might do this one again. We'll see. Because I'm changing the O-rings in the shocks right away, whereas my other videos have the original O-rings in the shocks, which have a little more friction that we like, so that's why I'm changing them. Okay, enough rambling. Let's get going. Stuff is ready. We'll put this stuff off to the side because we're not going to use that. Instruction manual. So let's put things away here, off. So as we saw, I'm going to grab the close-up camera. Oh yeah, no, that all came in the remaining part. Yeah, the extra part. So that we'll keep this bag off to the side, as I said. All right, so got my trusty camera ready. Okay, just had to make sure. Okay, so we're looking at this now. I'm going to turn that light off for a second. So these are the parts that we just went through. Everything off to the sides here, that sort of stuff. Okay. Tools required. That's the main thing I wanted to talk about over here. Tools required. A 1.5 mil hex wrench, 2.0 hex wrench, a body reamer. That's for, I'm not even sure. Oh, well, I took the body reamer out, but I don't remember using it during the build, but there's some areas that we may have to. Anyways, tweezers and pliers. They illustrated, that's a picture of side cutters, but they want pliers. We've got both, so that's fine. And I like to have my other array of tools over there just in case, and to speed up other certain processes as well. But the bare minimum there, that's what you need. There's a table of contents even listed there for us in case we want to jump to, and there's even QR codes if you want to scan them and get even more info online or go directly to their website, stuff like that. So here we go. Now, I'm going to put the light back on here. I don't know why I turned it off. So let's illustrate this first 2 pages. This is page 4 and 5, basically step 1. So what I'm going to refer to as that's step 1 bag 1 type thing. There's a bunch of different steps here, as you can see. through the process of each of the buildings, but I'm going to refer to like assembly parts. So like that's step 1 or part 1, that's part 2 type thing, you know, because we're referring to different assemblies. So the first step is about the differential, step 1, bag 1. Okay, there's the bag. We're going to cut it all open, get it prepped, and lay it all out in our parts tray and get it ready. And then page 5, excuse me, is more of the differential, and then we move into bag 2, which is preparing the lower arms and things like that. So let's get this over here. And it's not about marathoning our way through this like fast. We're going to try and do this decently and efficiently. And to make sure that we get all things covered, and I'm going to give you tips along the way. I might even run into some trouble, which we'll address together. If we have to stop the camera or the process or whatever, so be it. It's a build video, so some things may go wonky, and that's just the way it is. So let me figure out how to get instructions set up. Let's give ourselves some room. Our additional addendum there off to the side. We will need that at some point. An additional instruction manual. This one is for shocks, so we don't need that right away. We can put that over there. Let's cut things open. I like to have my mat set up like this. There we go. The camera's here. The close-up cam's off to the side. You're going to watch everything either in the little... oh, I got some oil there. Either going to watch it where it's in the little off to the side here area, or I will edit it straight up and in. So what have we got here? We got a bunch of parts. Some are on trees, some are not. Let's cut this all open. Magnet tray is handy because you can sort your parts, screws, and all that sort of stuff, which is what I like to do, just sort of spread things out to make sure you have everything or an even count of everything. So right here I've got 3 screws. Where's the 4th screw? There it is. See there, right there. 3 screws. The 4th screw, where is it? It's hiding inside of the the out drive for the diff. So sometimes things like that happen. You'll drive yourself nuts looking for it, and really you had it all along. And there we go. 2 of those, 4 of those. That sounds even. 2 of those O-rings. Okay. So yeah, that's that. Okay. We have 2 of these plastic out drives. These gears here are all on trees, so let's break them off. Can we see that down there? Yes, we can. Okay, just want to make sure. My goal is to get as much as of the up-close stuff into the close-up cam as possible. You'll see the edit flip back and forth anyways. These parts, pretty much I'm just pressing them out here. You see with my thumb. Clip, clip. Now, if there's any extra plastic little tags or flash or, you know, scrub, whatever you want to call it, see there's some of it here, like just a teeny bit there. If I put it against my finger, see that little burr there? Whatever you want to call it. There's several names for those. Ideally, you'll want to trim them off, or you can pick them off with your finger. One of the two, hobby knife or X-Acto or the utility knife. Whatever you'd like to trim that off. I do have my, oh, that's the other thing I forgot to address, but I have it here, is my cool Tamiya cutting mat. See, it says Tamiya on it, but it's a cutting mat with many geometries and measurements and numbers and lines and all kinds of stuff, but it's crucial for trimming and cutting things. So I like to cut on that instead of my magnet mat or even the foam mat there. I don't like to do that. Okay, so this is prepared. We got our parts out of here. We should have our cross T-plate for the diff, and that'll go there. Okay, and all these, this is just garbage now, so this will go into our makeshift garbage bag. There we go. And our diff housing, and oh, there's the gasket for the diff right there. It's sitting in there. And I think that we can pretty much just leave it there because we don't need to do anything else with it, but I'm going to seat it in now. It'll seat fully when we put it together. I'm just going to make sure I can leave it in there because as per the instructions, that's literally where it's supposed to go. And then this will close up like so, like that. Okay. So that's our diff. So let's get started here. I've illustrated the procedure. So I got my screwdriver. You're going to hear me refer to this screwdriver as the DeWalt or the electric screwdriver or just simply screwdriver. And it makes noises like so. You'll hear that a bunch. excuse me, it also has a locking clutch, so you'll hear the clicking as well from that. But this is going to save a lot of time, and you're free to use a drill as well. Just make sure it has a locking clutch so that it will kick out when you drill into the plastic. But there's a lot of the plastic, it has tight tolerances, like I said, so we're gonna have to drill into it. So let's get going. What do we do first? First thing, we will take our glorious side outdrive side of the diff here. We need that piece. We need an outdrive. We need one of the O-rings. It says apply some ceramic grease to this O-ring so that it doesn't leak, so we might as well do that. I'll get my green slime, so we'll do that right away. And get a towel there. Now, it's funny because most other things don't say to do this on other diffs, but I'm going to probably start doing this on diffs so they stop leaking. 3Racing diffs are notorious for leaking over time, so maybe this will help. I'd use the ceramic grease on my diff, and it took a long time for mine to actually leak, but slowly it did. So it could just be a thing, but it's most of them always leak. Okay, so that. And then we take the O-ring, and we need one of these long boys. Ugh, I'm going to put it down there so it's easy to get at, and then a pin, and then one of the large spider gears, the outdrive gears. Okay, so, all right. So then that slides over that. So let's do a little green slime. Normally we just do green slime in the shock build. Only that's usually where it only shows up, but it may show up more now. Okay, so just take a bit of green slime, slobber it on, rub it into the O-ring there. You see on my hand, there we go. It's all shiny. Since I got this out, I'm gonna do well. I was gonna do this to the other one, but okay, ahead of time. So we're gonna stick that on there, just seat it in there very nicely. See, that's seated in there. Rub off the green slime. And the only way to really get the green slime off is to wash your hands. So maybe when I do a first camera stop, I will actually go do that so my hands won't be a teeny tiny bit slippery or have a smell, because this stuff smells like petroleum bearing grease. And that's how you know you got the right stuff. So let's continue on. I'll put that off to the side. We put our large washer over top of all of this. Very good. And after that, the pin goes in. This should be very easy. Pin goes in. All right. Yeah, just can slide it in there with my fingers. When we do the other one, we're going to need the pliers to get in there. Okay, and then the gear. Very good. And make sure it slots on. If it doesn't seat flush, the pin has not cooperated, so just make sure it lines up. Spin it. There we go. See? It's on now. And you should feel a little resistance from that O-ring. That's fine. That's part of the diff action. Okay. So that part's assembled. As you can see it there, the gear is on. Excellent. So now we'll do the other side. Same thing, essentially. Take your outdrive, pop it in. It's going to be loose. Grab our O-ring. Grab ourselves a little green slimish there. You see? Oh, whoa. A little too much. There we go. Because you don't need a lot. You just need a little dab. A little dab will do you. And then just rub it in. Rub it in. Yeah, that's good there. You don't have to be super firm. Just make sure you give it a nice coating and you're kind of firm. And most of it should absorb or kind of rub in there. That's very good. And it's nice and shiny. So same thing. We're going to take this O-ring and push it straight onto the outdrive there. You may want to do it like this, for example. Hold your finger like that and bring the diff to the O-ring. Yeah, that worked for me. See, the O-ring is sitting there, and then kind of push it on with your fingers. Now, we're going to need a tool for this because I cannot get my finger fully in there to seat the O-ring because it's still sticking out. So grab a tool here. This is just like a 3mm hex driver bit. I'm just going to press that O-ring in there. There we go. See what I'm doing? Very good. So that's in there now. We got to take one of these big washers. This guy. Come on now. That's the only trouble with a magnet mat. Sometimes it puts up a fight when you try to get the parts out. So our washer slots down there and sits on it. Then this part, teeny bit tricky. I actually wipe my fingers quick. We have to take the pliers and drop this pin down, or a pair of tweezers might be better for this, but I don't have tweezers. So we're going to use pliers. So what we're going to do is take the pin, grab it in the middle here, kind of, okay? See that? And we're going to take our diff, going to line it up so that we can kind of see a hole. I can kind of see a hole down there. If we can get the angle, you can sort of see it. Not really, but you can sort of see it. But anyways, I can see the hole. Just make sure you line the hole up with one of these sort of end areas right here, like this, okay? Then what you want to do, slide the pin down with your pliers. Oh, wait, not that side. See, that side has a little ridge there. Not that side. Use one of the more open sides. There, now we can go all the way to the bottom. Good call, actually. Let me just reset my hole. Okay, hole is now in that side. Now see how I guide the pliers into the hole with the pin there? And we can slot it. There we go. It's going in. There, it's kind of going in. And, my out drive's moving. Use the pliers to kind of guide the pin a little more in. There we go. See? So that's all you got to do. You might need a smaller pair of pliers or just take a little time, but that's how you get the pin down into that hole. Then once we've done that, we can take our big spider gear. Make sure you line up the holes there, the recessed area. And if you don't, just drop the gear in, or if it's not, you're not too sure, hold it straight, spin it while you put some pressure on the gear. And there you go. Should drop in, and you should get a mostly flush end of the out drive with the top of the gear there. You see that? So that gear is now installed, and that should sit in there for a little bit. Should have a little resistance thanks to that O-ring. So we close the green slime up now, put that away. Move this off to the side. So now we've done the thing. And what 3Racing suggests is we're going to put our differential oil in. They suggest you could put it in now and fill the diff halfway with oil. But what I like to do is put the rest of the gears in and then put the oil in and fill the oil up to where we're supposed to here, where it shows on the instructions here, where it shows it. Just bring this over quickly. It shows it here. See how it shows it coming just before the top of the gear? I like to do it when all the gears are in there. So there's a sort of a one shot. So that's what we're going to do. Let's do that now. We assemble our cross T-plate here. We install our gears first, our spider gears. Okay. Very straightforward. You're going to hear me say that word a lot, straightforward. If you want in the comments, do a counter, see how many times I say it, or maybe you can turn it into some kind of fun drinking or smoking game every time I say one of those key words. Anyways, after we get the spider gears on, let's see. Yes, this is. Oh, I got it. If you've got fingernails, that's what the jam is. I trimmed mine recently, and that might have been not the power move. But after you get spider gears on, we will now install the spider gears. Sorry. Yeah, good one, Nezo. After you install the spider gears, you're going to install spider gears. What we're actually doing is installing shims on the end of the spider gears. That's what we're actually doing here. My brain will catch up to what is happening. There we go. So just be careful not to knock any of the shims off once you've got them on. See, I got them all on there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to drop that straight into the big diff housing here. So we're going to do that now. There we go. So we see this there. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And they all dropped in. And then make sure the gears split sort of away from themselves. And if you want to test it, hold the little T-plate and turn the out drive, and yeah, diff action. Heck yes, diff action. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can fill it. Let's open our 100 CST diff oil, which you could call 100 weight. And this definitely leaked out a teeny tiny bit. It was probably sitting upside down for too long or something. Ooh, good catch. First outtake. There we go. Okay, so let's do this and fill it up to the top of the gears. I'll bring this closer to the camera. So I fill it. And since this is so light, this stuff will kind of pour right in. Other shock oil being much thicker, like 5,000 weights or 75,000 or 7,500 or 10,000. So I got quite a good amount of oil in there. It's coating 3/4 of the gear. I can turn the outdrive sort of with one of my fingers, but what I like to do is kind of hold the bottle on top of the T-plate there and spin the gears just a little bit just to work the oil, just to make sure I got enough in there. It looks like I got enough. I'm going to put just a little bit more. Good, that's good. See that there, and then you can verify it by twisting the T-plate or twisting your outdrive and holding it. There we go. Yep, that's quite good. That's a good amount of oil. You see it all in there. Excellent. Focus. Yeah, yes, there we go. Okay, so that is now got enough oil in it, and there should be a little bit of oil left over. So in case you want to do things or you need to reload the diff, you might even be able to reload it a second time. Okay, so now that we've done that, make sure we still got our gasket in our other side of the diff there, and then we can bolt it together. So make sure you see these little sort of teeth here. Make sure they seat into those areas on the diff, okay? It's a very straightforward, just drop it on. Yeah, very good. And it will just sort of sit there until you kind of compress the diff case towards the other case, but see it's going to sit here because of the gasket there, so we need to put screws in it. So this is where we're going to get the DeWalt. I'm going to double check I'm on number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so now I'm going to hold the outdrive here and the bottom of the diff. I'm going to hold it like this as I screw it together. There we go. And I'm not going to tighten up my screws right away until I get to the last one. Then I'm just going to be kind of gentle as I tighten it because I don't want to over tighten it or strip it. Even though the tolerances on some of these, most of the plastics on this car are tight, I don't want to overstrip things because I still see that happen somewhat easily if you're too rough with when you create the threads. The plastic will get good and warm when you create the threads, and then if you go too much, that's where you can quickly strip those brand new threads you've made. So here we go. Let's tighten this up here as we can see. There we go. See my clutch kick out there on number 7. Number 7. Number 7. Oh, look at that. I must have just put a teeny bit too much oil. So I'm going to snug these up manually. Snug, 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 and snug. Okay. So I must have put a little bit too much oil, just a touch, because it was coming out of the screws there. But once it's tight, it won't come out of the screws anymore. That's for sure. That's the first time on a 3Racing diff. I've only built like I think 4 or 5 D6s so far. First time I've actually had oil come out of the screw area. Anyways, that should be a good working diff. Now, yeah, that feels like good action there. Yes, see that? See that? Ooh, yeah, it's good strong feel. And this is a belt drive D6. Not the idler gear because this was purchased a year ago. So it's part of the first batch of releases. Sam, we all ordered ours together. Me, Sam, and several other people. So this kit was from the original batch. So there shouldn't be any revisions or updates in this, but I have things to tell you about it as we build it. So there's our diff completed. Very good. Over there. So now we can move to the bottom of page 2, which is preparing, bottom of page 5, which is step 2. And, the last piece. This is not as completed. The last pieces are installing the bearings. There we go. Just slide them on. Okay. They slot on. The tolerances are good. That slots right in. Make sure they're flush. And then the bearing carriers for the rear bulkhead. They just pop over the bearings, and there they go. And you can test your bearings. So yeah, that feels good. Yeah, that feels good. There we go. Okay, now the diff is complete. There we go. Well done. Okay. So the bottom of page 5, which is bag 2. Okay, there's quite a lot of parts in here, and here's the addendum. This is going to be in step 2, I think. Yep. So these screws here that are attached, these probably still are on the later batch kits. This is an addendum. It might be part of the original bag now for those. But here, this is it. So we will refer to that when we get to use those screws. So I'm going to keep those off to the side in their own bag so that we know. Put our diff over there. Let's cut this all open because this is a whole new bag before we can assemble anything. Lay it out here. So we have an assortment of things on a big tree and a number of bearings and screws, plastic parts. So let me cut off Or let me break these off the tree. Some other parts have already fallen off the tree. Yeah, okay. So this is the lower arms, and there's a lot of plastic flash on these. See all this extra, if I put my hand over it, see this extra stuff here? You're going to want to trim all that off. So let me go ahead and do that now. You're going to want to do this as well. And if you have a nice sharp knife, utility knife is usually best for this, I find. See, I'm going right through this effortlessly here. Glad I found this knife. I found it right before filming. My other one is the same one, but the blade's a little tired. I was debating about changing it. I don't have to. This one had a brand new blade. So trim all this little burrs and flash off. Because one, it looks nicer. Your car looks more professionally built. And those things may actually interfere with binding or stuff like that on certain parts. So it's always good to trim all that off when needed, including on the ball cups here. Same thing. I'm going to take these ball cups off this tree. Oh, they twisted right off. Good. Okay. Sometimes they don't twist off and come clean like that. Sometimes they come off with a little burr. Oh, not bad, actually. That's good. Okay, so good to know. Put those in our garbage bag. Bag. Okay. Now these are little collars here. We're going to need all of these. Some of them have already come off, I think. Or that's another part, possibly. We're going to find out. 1, 2, 3. I think that's correct. If I'm short one or two, then I'll contact the owner because maybe he has them somewhere else. Because some of the, like I said, some of the bags for this car were cut open, and some parts were either examined or looked at or whatever. Or someone needed a spare and he was a gentleman and let them borrow a part and replaced it later or forgot. So we're going to find out. There's our steering rack. Got all those trimmed off. The rack wasn't on that stuff. Here's our bearings. Let's put this in one of the tray areas. Yes, that's good. That in there. Sort the bearings. So we've got 2 of those. We've got 4 of these. And we got some brass collars, some aluminum black collar, and some tiny shims there. Okay, so see, I've sorted them all. Okay, looks good. And then we can totally see what we have. Move that over into shot a bit better. I'm trying to get the best view for y'all there. Okay, so, and then a bunch of screws here. Let's cut this open. Bunch of screws, ball studs, the aluminum steering post. Let's put those over there. I'm going to put ball studs where the ball cups are. And I can tell you that these ball cups are very tight with tolerance. So pressing them on by hand, unless you're very strong, which I am not. I'm only a little bit strong. And my fingers and hands are not what they used to be. So I'll probably be using pliers quite a lot to attach these. And I'll show you a trick with the pliers. And let's continue to sort these screws and things. Threaded rod there. Oh, a ball stud. Yes, and I think those are the 2 screws we swap out. So let's put those 2 there. We've got a number of button heads. That is, oh, that's part of, that's a steering post screw. That's a special head. I can show you there. See how it has thread and then it has not threaded area there. Yeah, that's special screw. The rest of those are all the same. Okay, so those little countersunk screws. All right, we are ready to start step 2, which involves, oh yeah, there's more parts here. Yeah, we're going to need the chassis soon for this. So step 2, there it is on the big cam. If I move the close-up camera here. So step 2, we need our chassis and a few other pieces there I laid out. What we're going to need to do is build the front and lower arms. So see there's F and R for front and rear. And simply we're just going to install ball cup, threaded rod. There's the glorious ball cup screw wrench. And you're going to see me use that thing, which is going to be very, very nice for installing those ball cups onto the lower arm. And we have to clip in our resin bushing into the arm. So this is prepping it for, that's bottom of page 6, prep it for page 7, which takes us into installing the pivot balls onto the chassis. And this is where I'm going to do This is where they say to install a bit of thread lock, and I will do this because a couple cars undid these when they didn't have the thread lock on it. This screw is going into a metal part, by rule of standard for my builds. If a screw is going into metal, even if it's not a moving part, put some thread locker on it before it backs itself out from vibrations from whatever, driving, a fan on your car, all kinds of stuff, boosting. So that's that. And some of these holes I'm going to try elongate because this is where we had an issue, and I'll explain it as I do it. And then we install the lower arms onto the chassis. Then we begin to prepare the slide rack for at the bottom of page 7 for the next page, and we get a bunch of well dones. So I'm going to say that as soon as we get to the area. And I forgot to say that last time for our diff. So, okay, so let's do this. Get set here. Microphone looking good. All right. So step 2, let's do the front arm first, and they're marked as well, which is very nice. We don't need to trim stuff anymore. So let's put these guys back up in here. Very good. Put the close-up camera back down on the play area here. So, like I said, these are marked, and not only are they marked front and rear, they are marked left and right, which is what I was going for there. So here's the front ones. You see the L and the R on the arms there, L and R, and on the rear they're much thicker, and you can see, and they can tell them exactly. You can see the RL and RR, right rear, right left. Very good. So let's do the fronts first. So we got our L and our R. Okay, what I want to do first, let's do ball stud since I got the 2mm in this DeWalt. The ball stud goes into this area here. And you see here, look, right away. See how this won't thread in like easily? I have to just do a little push. There we go. You hear that working? You hear my clutch kick out there? That's good. And this is setting number 7 on my particular DeWalt tool. And that's more than enough tight if you want. Give it a little snug, but that's it. And then, yeah, those threads should be good. Things like that. So I'm going to do the same on this arm. And here we go. There we go. It's actually good. You can hear the audible noise of the drill when it actually bites. You can hear bite into the threads, but you can tell the tolerances are tight. So now we're going to do threaded rod, and this is where definitely if you have a 1.5 mil quarter-inch chuck for your drill bit piece, highly ideal, because now this is where your hands would start hurting probably. Oh, there we go. And some areas are tighter than not. So see, I've got my same clutch mode on this other drill, but if I go fast, it won't thread in. So, no, I'm going to up it to 9. Can you hear that squealing? I'm going to go up to 10. Can you hear that squeaking of the plastic? There we go. Now that's tight. You heard it there. It was like, wee, but you can hear the squeaking of how tight these plastics actually are. So here, I'll try it again now with the clutch at 10, and I'll go slow and you'll hear it. That's kind of funny, actually. Might have to make an outtake reel of this. So I grabbed my second DeWalt there because it already had the 1.5 piece in it, the bit installer, the hex bit. Okay, so I've done that. Now we can let's screw in the ball cups now. All these clips we're gonna have to cut out momentarily, so I didn't want to do that right away. I'm gonna grab my ball cup tool. Check this out. So you take your ball cup, pop it in, look, and it'll sit right there. Isn't that handy? And then your thumb twists this part, and then we simply just install this ball cup over top of the arm here. And these ball cups aren't so bad. There, see, I didn't have to press too hard to get that on there. Twist it on. Oops. Look how easy that is. What I really want is to try and adapt one of these things into a drill. And I know it exists, or I'm going to cut one of these up and do it and make it a thing. But if your hands aren't, or your wrists and hands aren't what they used to be, you can always pre-thread these, and you can even use a screw or even the threaded rod. I have the ones for the rear arm here in my hand. So you can do this as well if you want. Take your ball cup, actually put it in the ball cup holder, not in my bare hand. There we go. Hey, you. Put it in the ball cup holder, and then do a little pre-thread. There we go. Excellent. Nice. You can pre-thread the ball cup if you really want. Makes your life a little easier anyway. And then when you go to screw it on, yeah, it'll just, you don't have to really press, it'll just thread itself right on. And this is going to be crucial because I am going to use my other DeWalt drill I got off to the side that has the whole chuck system, and then I'm going to use that to put in a one of the turnbuckles with the reverse threads exposed, so I can reverse pre-thread some ball cups or parts or whatever I need to do. And I was very successful last time I did that. And the other thing I'm going to point out with these ball cups, one side is more open than the other. So see this side, that's the more enclosed side. Okay, this side's the more open side. So when you build these arms, this is the way it's going to go on the car. The letters are going to be face up. So make sure you have the more open face facing up on these parts. Okay. So that's the left one and the right one. Now, we got to get our trimmer out again here. We got to get our knife out because we're going to cut all these guys off. We're going to need all of them. So we may as well cut them all off now. And, well, cut them. Oh, actually, we don't even need to cut them. They will break off nicely. Okay, I got worried there for a second. Sometimes, yeah, you have to cut these off right at the tree. Like right sort of like, say, right there. Whoops, right there. Because sometimes when they break off, they're going to leave a burr. So you might as well just chop them off the tree straight up. These ones are going to be okay. All right, so bonus. Whatever little things to save time, you know, whether it's taking stuff off trees or mouse clicks off of editing, whatever can do the best. Save time. Okay, so where are we? We are putting in the resin bushings now. We need 4 of them. This process is fairly easy from what I remember. We're going to install the bushings into the arms. They just press in. Make sure you put them in so that they go in like this and have the little ridge for those clips. There it is. Face up. Okay, I'm going to get my next 2. Excellent. Now, put these clippies on. I remember some people had a few little issues, just trying to get them to stay. Just press them in gently. Okay. See this? I'm going to give it a little press, wiggle it on, and there we go. Clip it in. And if you want, grab your pliers or just use your hands. Make sure that that clip is seated in nicely. There we go. Okay. Same thing on the next one. And if it puts up a fight, just make sure the bushing is pressed all the way up. Oops. That way you will make sure that you get this clip in one shot without trouble. And give it a little wiggle. Wiggle it on. It's all about opening the face of the clip. There we go. Pop. There we go. See that? There we go. That's 2. Get the next one here. I'm going to do my best for the close-up cam. I'm going to come up with another idea for the close-up cam positioning in the future, but for now, this is what we got. If you have a little trouble, you can also try this way. I had success doing this. See the downward slope of the arm there? Put the clip on the downward slope, press down that way, and there you go. See, that will work as well. You can do it like that. You got strong thumbs. Generally, they should just press straight on, not put up a fight. There we go. Clip. There we go. Clipped on. Very good. It's in there now. Excellent. Okay. So those are the fronts. Now, we have to do exactly the same thing to the rears. So let's do that now. For this, you just have to pay attention to where the things go because there's holes on each side of these parts. So if we take RL first, there's RL. Okay, so RL will have ball stud on that side. All right. There we go. Press it in with your threading. Get it, wiggle it if you have to get it started. There we go. So then if I do the, if I line this up, the way it's supposed to go on the car per the instruction, like that. I line that one up. Where will the other ball stud go? Right there on the RR. We'll go down here. Well, that one went in easier. Okay. Okay. And then we do our threaded rods. Grab my other DeWalt threaded rod here. Same thing. This one goes in the middle. This one's pretty straightforward. But the reason they make these rear arms with both sides here for the ball stud mounting is in case you change the transmission layout later to rear RR, you can move the ball stud over to the other side, and that will allow you to reinstall the active rear toe. Here. Yep. Okay. Okay, now that we've done those, it's ball cups. And let's see how lucky I get with one-shotting it. On the close-up cam. And, oh, I think I got it. Yep, nice. But yeah, if you don't feel like trying to play the game of the lottery here by trying to guess which way it's going to go, put that back. There we go, the big side on the opening there. Okay, let's try the last one and see how see how good we get. Oh, that one went right on. Nice. Okay, so let's keep going. Fire it on. Whoops. And there we go. Okay, to the outside. Okay, the big hole on the top. Very good. So that's those done. Oh, bushings. So we got to do the bushings, right? 2 and 2. Press them in like we did on the front ones. Okay. Very straightforward. 1, 2. Now the clippies. Same procedure as the fronts. Wiggle it and clip it on. Bam. That one didn't put up a fight at all. The odd one does. Oh, that slipped right on. Very good. Next. Nice. You can even hear it audibly click. These ones are going straight on. Okay. Clip. That one went on well. Okay, so those are the arms prepared, and now we move to the top of page 7, which is installing all the pivot balls, all these guys, into the chassis. So there's 8 of them. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8 of those screws. We're going to have 4 left over. Okay. Once we do this, so we're going to need the main chassis now. Here it is. Glorious 3Racing chassis. And I'm going to have to peel off the sticker that's covering the 3Racing logo. We all wondered about this, but it's okay. That's just a protective sticker. You have to peel it off because to install one of the things there, one of the holes is needing to be exposed. But anyways, when you do that, you are welcomed with a glorious gold sticker for this. Look at that. Oh, so nice. Okay, so this is the chassis, and we're going to need the front side first, and the bottom side. This is the bottom side because there's the countersunk holes. That's where you want to put the screw in so that it sits flush. See that? That's what we want. Okay. So let's prepare all these balls now. The pivot balls. I'm going to need the thread locker for this. And these, so this is where, okay, so this is where we had what sort of we thought is an issue, because we think some of the holes, the alignment of some of the holes for these arms, so I grab a front arm here. Front arm here. Some of these holes ended up being a little tighter than others, so it caused a little bit of arm binding, and people solved this a few ways. Some people polished these balls. Some people tried to stretch these resin bushings. Other people, like me, I installed them and then just worked the arm back and forth and sort of stretched everything out that way. What I'm going to try and do, actually, is take the body reamer and just ream out 2 of these holes in the front and 2 in the rear, just to give it a little bit of, not even like oblonging, but just make it a little bigger so that things can set a little bit more freely and evenly that way. So having said that, let's do our balls and ball studs here. So we got to make sure we put them in the right holes. Throw a little Loctite on that guy, little thread locker. So the first hole is right here. Okay. And the easiest way to tighten this down would be the hex wrench. I got one right here. It's a 5/5 side. Okay. There we go, just like that. That is good. Make sure it's snug, because you don't want these coming off. This is your suspension. So there's the first hole. Okay, the second one's right there. Some thread locker. Whoa. Oh, yeah, well, it drips them on there. We will just use that. All right. Next, second hole. Okay, so that's that one. Now we're going to do 2 of the rear first before I do the slight boring out of the holes. So the first rear one goes right here. Oh, forgot the thread locker. Do, 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 do. All right. Bam. Nice and snug. I actually did see one of these come off on track at some point. It happened very slowly, but it did happen. It was an easy fix, but we had to do a little bit of hunting to go find one of the parts, because it took off on track. It went like down the track. Okay, so that's that. Yeah, so that one and that one. Oh, that's a front arm. Sorry, rear arm. Right. Okay. Yeah. So those are the holes. So now I'm going to take my body reamer and just bore these out a little. Is it that? Oh, this one. Did I do the shock hole ones, or sorry, the lower arm ones? Those ones there, and those ones right there. I just want to bore them out just a little bit if I can. Oh yeah, the body reamer will let me do it just a little bit here. Yeah, it's best to do it that way. Just a little bit, because that's all we found. That's all people found. Like, some people drilled them out. Some people bored them with the body reamer here. I'm doing that off camera. I don't know why I'm doing that off camera. Sorry about that. Okay, I'll just bore that out a little bit. I think that's all we need. And then this one, these ones as well. Just gonna bore them out a little bit. Because once the people who bored them out a little bit, yeah, they said that, oh yeah, their arms were very free. Everything was good. Everything set well. And away we went. Some aftermarket manufacturers, like Bingo RC Designs, for example, when Bingo released their plate, they actually took 2 of these holes and made them slightly oblong. So instead of round, they made them actually oblong, and then that solved the problem right there. Everything was super free right away. Excuse me, to blow all that sort of stuff off and out of here. Clean up my little mess there. Okay, so that's that. Let's install these last 4. Oops, knocked the camera. Excusez-moi. Let's install these last 4, and then we will see what's what. The other thing people did was they bolted the arms on after installing all these pivot balls, and then loosened up a couple of them and retightened them after the arms were on, and somehow that seemed to fix it as well. But they only sort of tried that after trying boring out the hole and like a couple other things or whatever. So there are a few solutions to this, and I feel like on the later revision cars, like sort of the next batch cars, most likely this problem has been rectified and fixed. I'm pretty sure. they probably have addressed that. I don't know for sure because I haven't built a later gen car or an idler gear kit car, so to say. The idler gear kits came, I think, 6 months or so after the belt drive cars. And a friend of mine recently installed one. Shout out Brandon. He installed one. He built one of those idler gear D6s. But he never built any of the original D6, so I'm not sure if he noticed any revisions or changes. But I don't remember him messaging me and asking me about the lower arm things or saying why are mine binding. So that's a good thing. So let's try it with that now. Let's try and press these on because that's the next step here. I'm going to put this on the mat, move that over. And if I get a bit of tightness, I'm going to loosen 2 of them and retighten 2 of them, and we'll go from there. And I think hopefully that will be the solution. Okay, so left side, right side. Okay, left side, right side. And what I remember just being able to press them in. Yep, well, you got to press though. You may need a tool to assist you, like a screwdriver or butt end of a screwdriver or something, which is fine. Just to give you a bit of dexterity here. You can see it on the camera. Yeah, that's much easier. Snap, snap. And yeah, I have a bit of stiffness. Look, see, it's sticking up, so that's fine. I'll retighten 2 of these. We weren't supposed to have any stiffness. See, now this is what was up. See, this side is free. See, that's got free action. See, this one, it don't have free action. So we'll come back to that in a sec. Let's install the rear ones. RL for the L side and RR for the right side. I'd say this is probably the best way to install these. Just take a butt end of a screwdriver or something that's got a bit of leverage. And you can, yeah, work smarter, not harder. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. I mean, if you worked on bigger machinery or you did stuff like this all day, do you really want to come home and try to enjoy your hobby by having to press things in with your fingers that have been like just destroyed all day long? So let's check the rear now. In the rear, oh, that's a bit stiff and a bit stiff. Okay, so only one of them was kind of sort of free. If I just work these with my hands a little bit, no difference. Oh, a little bit. Okay, so well, you know what? Let's check all this now. I got my 5.5. We got the drill. Where did I put it? Over there. So this is one of the things that definitely would cause suspension binding and would make a car feel funny. So let me get my wrench up in there for that 5.5. Come on, you. There we go. Okay. So since the arm is already mounted, undoing that and then just redoing it snug. Do we have looseness? Oh yeah, look at that. See, loose, loose. And that was just from me boring out the hole a little bit and reseating the screw after. So I'm going to do the same thing with these 2 on the rear arm, and that should be that. That should fix that problem. So if you have a D6 that is having this issue, this is the way to do it. One of the ways anyway. Release that and tighten it back up again. And, oh, it's a little tight still. Yeah, okay. Might have to bore these ones out a little bit more. These guys in the rear here. Okay. Oh yeah, that one came more freer. Yeah, it's a little stiff still, but it came more freer. Yeah, that one's pretty good. What if I try to just stretch these bushings a little bit after fixing that? Oh, and I popped it right off. Look at that. Whoops. Some people did that too. They just repeatedly remounted these and they went good. Oh, look, see, now it's freeing up already. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's freeing up. It will work itself more freer over time. So, I mean, if you want ultra floppy, yeah, it's starting to get freer. I'm going to reseat the backside of this too. Let's do the backside as well. What the heck? I didn't bore out the backside, but Maybe the hot trick is to do all 4. I just wanted to do 2 of them to see if that would sort of correct it, but maybe all 4 are needed, or sorry, both are needed on each side of the control arm, just to get it in good shape. Come on, get in there, you. What's going on here? There we go. Why can I not touch it? Okay. Oh yeah, a little bit freer now. Excellent. Good. Okay, that'll free itself up. But if you want more freer ones, feel free to bore it out more, or this or that or the other, but I don't want to sit here forever on camera trying to get that as super free as possible. It's definitely more freer, like it's moving around when I do this now. Yeah, not as much. It should be falling on, oh, there it goes. Yeah, it should be falling on its own, and it kind of isn't, but it will work itself in. Yeah, it'll be good. I'm okay with that. All right, so that's that. So our arm's installed, very good. What's next? Prepping for the next step, or to continue to step 2, actually, because we're not done step 2. So where are we? It's this rack they want, and then insert bearings and put shims on top. Well, we can do half of this. So it's 2 of these guys, 2 of these bearings down here. Excuse me. So, oh, wrong size. Sorry. It is not those. It's these 2. Okay, so these 2. All right, I should have read the instructions, actually. There we go. Okay, so these press into the bottom side of your steering rack, like so. They want 2 of those shims on the top, but we're going to wait till we flip the page, because then I'm going to explain to you the continuation of step 2 here. So, where are we at? I'm going to move the close-up camera. So, we have all this steering assembly to assemble, screws and things and bearings and the steering, those collars that go in the middle of those arms, very important, posts, and then see those shims that are sitting on the top that we are about to put on? They got to go on the bottom and the top. So we're going to wait till we put that screw in there and do that all at once. And then those screws there are the addendum screws that are for this part here. See this addendum? We're supposed to change out the screws there for the ones that were off to the side on the bag. So we'll do that. And then we assemble the steering rack into the car, and then we get ourselves a well done. Look at that. So, and then that's page 8. And then moving on to page 9, which would be part 3, which is the battery holder assembly. There's all the parts, and then it's straightforward assembly. And I like this battery holder because it has a nice clicky action with that spring, and it clicks and has a nice feel in action, and it's very good. I really like it. So I'll show you that when we get to that part. Okay, so let's continue. How are we looking? We're about an hour deep, so let's keep going. Building the steering. Okay, so we need, that part goes that side if we're staring at it. Assembly. Okay. Oh, I gotta move the camera down. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's put things together. The best way to do this is grab a steering post. We're gonna do this one first. So grab a steering post. We're gonna press fit the bearings in to the arm here. So what I'm gonna do, take a big bearing, put it on the bottom side first. Okay. And it just presses right in, sit in there. Very good. Then we have to take a brass collar here, or a copper spacer, whatever, and it goes in the center there. We're going to take a tool and just make sure that presses in. See how it's now pressed in place. Just make sure it's pressed in there. And then take another bearing and pop it in there, and it will stay in there. Very good. And then once we do that, we can slide this onto the steering post, and it goes right on. And it'll only go halfway, okay? That's as far as it goes. And we'll have a little bit of a lip from the post coming up there. So then we need a screw, flathead screw. Grab my 2 mil to make this easier, just manual hand. 6 mil thing here, and we're screwing into what? Metal, some kind of metal. So we need thread locker for this, or this steering will come apart. And I have seen this on track as well. So then we take one of these metal countersunk, the aluminum countersunk collar. The screw sits into there, okay? And then we screw this onto the steering and make sure that your screw goes nicely into that collar. Okay. And use your cross hex wrench to put it in the bottom to hold it so you can get a nice snug tighten. Okay. Because you want this snug. And then the ball bearings, when this is all seated good, the ball bearings will spin freely. Yeah, there we go. I can spin the screwdriver on it. Whee! Nice and free. There we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Getting carried away. Okay, so that assembly's done. That part's done right there. That's one side of the steering post, steering rack assembly. The other side of this is exactly the same, so we can do the same thing. Bearing into the bottom. Brass collar. Make sure it's in there. Press it in if you need to. Oh, there we go. Well, don't press too hard or the bearing will pop out. And then that bearing sits in there. Very good. And we can install that right onto the post. Same thing, it sits halfway. Grab our screw and our collar and some thread locker on the end of the thread lock thing. Yeah. Oh, I dropped it again. Brother. Stop making a mess. Okay, there we go. Let's screw that together now. There we go. And grab our cross wrench to snug that up. And then use a screwdriver to spin the screw on the bearings. Wonderful. Okay, very good. There's some of our steering assembly completed. Okay, now we're going to install this rack part onto the steering wipers. Yeah. Well, oh, I've done a boo-boo. Oops. Yes. Okay, I did a boo-boo. I installed the what you call it here upside down. So, steering post. Ugh. I got carried away. Okay, so I made the mistake because the collar and bearing go back in there. This area here is the top side. See how it's got the cutout in there? That's actually the top side. Okay, so that was my mistake. We can fix that pretty quickly. There it is. Bravo. Okay, so that's fixed. Now that makes sense. There we go. It should look like, yeah. Okay, so here's where we got to pay attention because we have to take one of these special screws, okay, the ones with the thread and then not thread area, smooth area. And we have to, so this is what I'm going to do. We're going to take one of these small shims off of here, put it onto the screw, okay. Then I'm going to take one side of the main rack here. We got our shim that would go on the top part. That's now there. I got to take another shim, put it on the bottom side here, okay, and hold it in such a way that you don't drop the shim off. I'm going to hold the shim in place, and then since this is the what would be the left side technically, we're going to take the single wiper here, and we're going to screw it onto it. So let me take my screwdriver, hold that on there. Make sure we got our shims all still on there. And we need the back side of the wiper screwed on, like so. Get the threads going. Yeah. Come on. Come on. I'm going to get the DeWalt for this because my wrists cooperate. Okay, so now I got the thread kind of started there. This one you definitely don't want to over tighten. Just want to snug it up because if you don't, it'll be too tight. So just want to snug, even though there's ball bearings in there, you only really kind of want it snug-ish. Just a little back off. There we go. See how that's spinning fluidly? Quarter turn. There we go. You want it to be free. You want that to be free, 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 free. Okay. Yes, and that's how that would look. Okay, like that. So now we're going to do the other side so it will look like that as well. I'm going to take my electric screwdriver, grab a shim, put it on the very bottom of that screw. Okay. Take our rack, thread it on. Take the other shim. Well, come on, shim, shim, shim. I got no nails. Oh no. Yes, no, almost. Got it. Okay, there we go. Thread that onto the bottom. See it on the bottom. See it on the bottom there. There we go. And put our other arm in the same way, same orientation. It's this one. Yeah, gonna make the thread. There we go. And same idea. Don't thread it too tightly. You want it snug, but not like firm against the rack. Turn it back. No, it's still tight. There we go. Nice and free. See that? Nice and free. Little turn. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, you want that arm to be free spinning there. Perfect. And then when you get it all bolted up, that's what it will look like. Okay. Glorious. The last step is adding 3 ball studs. There's our 3 ball studs. These addendum screws, so we're not putting those bigger guys in, we're putting these smaller ones in. These are to give us some tension on those posts. So let's cut that open now. Okay. And let's put those in now. We can put these in. They need a 1.5 mil. And for the most part, in the beginning, screw it in and just kind of snug it up. Don't even bother tightening it yet, because you're going to want to tighten and adjust these or whatever when the car is all assembled and when you go for a drive. When you have your servo in and all that stuff, this one goes in this way. That way you can adjust the steering bell crank's tension via these screws. Okay, so those are in now. See, there's 1 and there's 2. So that's how it should look. See the 2 screws sticking out of the ends there? Okay, now we're going to do our ball studs. So where's our ball studs? Yeah, 3 ball studs. 1, 2, and 3. Straightforward. Give it a little push. Yeah. Snug it up. Make sure you don't strip. Second one. Third one. There we go. Third one. Okay, so there's our ball studs all installed. And after we do that, we just have to bolt the, so those screws we don't need no longer. So these just go into the bottom of the chassis for these guys. And what is this again? Metal. So we will put some Loctite on it, some thread locker. And this steering rack bolts into the 2 holes there and there. We got 1 extra hole there. So let's get the thread locker going here. Okay. Now I don't have 7 mil hex wrench on me, so I'm going to have to use a pair of pliers to just hold these in place. Conversely, you can put another screwdriver on the very top of this, like such, like that. There we go, and that should tighten it for the most part. But if you want the most tight, you're gonna have to use pliers. So I'm gonna bolt this together first, and then grab the pliers just to snug them up. Okay, thread it through. Yeah, here it's just spin freely there. So you just drop the pliers. Promptly drop the pliers. Okay. So really you just have to just slightly grab and twist. Okay. And then same with the other side. Oops. I could grab it from the back side. Very good. Okay, that's that. Try not to mark up that part too much. All right, so there we go. There's the steering rack, and it should be nice and free. And if it isn't, just adjust those screws you put in. These ones here, I'm going to give it a little adjust. There we go. That's better. Yeehaw. So there's our steering rack installed in the car, nice and free. And that is the end of step 3. Sorry, step 2. And look, we get a well done. Well done. All right. So we can put that just off to the side. Where are we now? Bag 3, step 3, which is the battery holders. And I think after I finish step 3, I'll take a little break, because then step 4 is the transmission and front bulkhead assembly. Front and rear bulkhead. So that's quite a big one. So we'll do bag 3, step 3 here. Let's get it going. Cut it open, get all the parts up, and then yeah, we'll take a little break after this. A good idea to hydrate and have a snack maybe. Break those all off the tree. We got some small parts here. Okay. So I got 2 springs. Those are for the return action. And all these screws are the same except for 2 of them. 2 button heads, the rest are those, and 2 threaded rod. Okay. And then these are the other pieces for the battery holder. Spacers if we need them. Oh no, we do need that spacer. Okay. Sometimes they're optional, those spacer pieces. This part gets bolted to the car, and we'll do that last. All right, so we're ready to go here. Put that off to the side. So, did I illustrate this yet? This part? I think I did, but I'll just do it again just in case. Battery holder here. Step 3, part bag 3. Straightforward assembly there all together. And then we bolt it to the car. We're going to make 2 of these battery holder sides. Get the camera there. And they both assemble the same way. There's no difference on them, which is nice. So let's start here. So threaded rod. And there we go. You'll feel the resistance once the rod starts bottoming out in this part. There it is. That's roughly about the length you'll put that up on. Because then after we do that, we add a spacer. And then we add this piece. You're going to need the hex wrench for this. And just hex wrench it together. Make it snug. You may have to change the orientation depending when we install the whatchamacallit here. The the end of the battery holder, as they call battery housing D. Can get that going there, get that threaded on. Very good. Okay. So then you can see the orientation of the door. See how that won't sit straight. So just turn it. You'll want it so that the orientation looks like this, head on, okay? Top to bottom, because then the actual door, when you put it on, it'll look sort of straight flush. You can do it more. You can also do this when you have it on the car as well to verify where your part is. So once we get it to that point, the rest is easy. We simply put the door on. Okay, you stick the door on the post there. You'll feel it go up and down. That's the door action. Okay, then we take our spring and we install one of the button head screws. Where's my DeWalt? I'll put this on the DeWalt, and then make sure the screw stays in there. When you go to put the screw in and thread it all together, the screw should bottom out fairly quickly. You don't have to snug it, but make it nice and tight. And then check out this action. Oh, hear that click? I don't know if you can, but the click is it snapping into place thanks to the spring pushing on the arm. So we get nice action there. So let's finish this one. Put the spring on and yep. Oh, there we go. Put that one on just a little too tight. There we go. That's good. Good solid action there. Maybe still a little too tight. There we go. Good. Okay, so those are assembled now, and those can go straight on the car, along with the other part of the battery holder there with these button head screws. So, the cool part is you have option. You can move it around the battery mounts, so you have optional positioning. We are going to install this in the frontmost position as per standard. So, that would be this set of holes, so right there, as you can see, the screw. So I'm going to thread the part in, okay. One side, leave it light. Don't thread it all the way in yet. Second side. There we go, tighten that one. Tight, tight, okay. Now, the next, we go into the front holes here and here, okay. Same thing. Whoa. Pre-thread a hole. Pre-thread one, and then go straight to the second. And then you can tighten it because the other one acts as a guide. There we go. And second. Awesome. Same for the other side now. Let's see if I can hold this from underside. Yeah. Okay, so second one and screw. Awesome. Now you notice my doors are a little off there, right? Yeah, it's universal, so it doesn't really matter, and you can adjust the orientation of that after, but should be pretty straight. These ones, one's more straighter than the other, but we can fix that later. But there it is. There's step 3, the battery holder. Your battery sits right in there, and if you need to, you can always add spacers, different threaded rod, whatever, but they want a slim shorty 1S size 2-cell battery to go in there. So that's the end of step 3. Very good. And then, that's the end of page 9. So then we'd be moving on to 10 and 11, which is bag 4. I'll just show it off there. But like I said, I think it's time to take a nice little break. So I'm going to stop the cameras here and we'll take a break, and you're going to see some kind of transition, or it's just going to jump right to the next thing. Okay, so stop it here, take a break, and we'll be back. All right, we're back. So we are going to get into step 4, parts bag 4, which is the front and rear bulkhead assembly. So let's do that now. Let's cut this open and go from there. Lots of parts in this bag, that's for sure. Lots of things on trees. Some of it has already fallen apart. That's okay. So let's start separating things. That's a parts tree, front bulkhead, more parts on the trees. A bunch of parts have already come off the trees. These are all in bags. There's our motor mount. Let's open that up. Oh. Okay. Motor mount. Here's our spur gear. It's part of our bulkhead. We're going to need that. That's part of the main shaft. Part of the front arms. Okay. Yeah, some parts have already come off the tree here, so let's just take the rest off. No, they came off kind of good. There's some of them that have a little flash or the little plastic bits on them. We'll go and cut those off now. If you see any when you take them off the trees, go ahead and do that. Excuse me. This motor mount we're going to need to modify when we go to install it. I'll explain that when we get there. Okay, that tree is dead. That tree is dead. I'm in our garbage bag there. All right, and break these plastic ends off of this. There we go. That looks all right. Okay, so now we've got that going. We should have pretty much all the parts. Motor mount B. Yeah, that's motor mount B. It says B. Oh, it's supposed to say B on it, but it does not. There it is, B. Yeah, motor mount B. Okay, so what is first? Let's go through this because this is quite a lengthy process on this one. So in the manual here, we've got parts bag 4, and there's all the parts there. We have front and rear bulkhead assembly. That's the front bulkhead there, and we'll get a well done when we bolt that all together. And then that's the bottom of page 11. And then this extends a couple of pages. So then we go into step 2 of bag 4, which is installing the front bulkhead. And then we start building the transmission and start piecing it all together there. And then we go to the top of page 13, which is belt tensioner assembly, which we have to be careful on when we build this, and then the shock tower assembly. Then we move down and install those parts and complete the rear bulkhead and go into page 14, which we will then, we have to pay attention of the way the tensioner and the diff installs, and we're going to make sure we pay attention to that. Then we install the rear upper arm link holder. What do they call this part? Rear upper arm mount. Okay, that's what that is. And then bolt that all onto the transmission, put the motor mount on, and then bolt the transmission into the car, install the spur gear at the top of page 15, and then we will get a big well done once we have done the front and rear bulkhead. And that's quite a good assembly. It's a couple of pages there. And then the bottom of 15, page 15, we will start bag 5, which is very short because it's involves servo installation. We don't have a servo. So now that I've gone through that, we will go back to page 11 and we will get started here. I have to blow my nose, so I'm going to do that quickly off. Okay, so let's get started. Front bulkhead. Let's go there. Excuse me for yawning. I will cover my mouth when I yawn as much as I can. My eyes also water when I yawn, so you see that periodically. Okay, close-up camera here. We'll then put that down. All right, so let's get going. Front bulkhead. What do we need? We'll push all this stuff off to the side here. Actually, I'm gonna move it all out of the way so we have a clear building area here. Okay. Attack of the yawns here. They're very contagious. I don't want to show anybody my yawns. More annoying than anything in the middle of my build video. Okay. Step 1. So we need the front shock tower pieces. That's these guys. And we also need the front arm pieces. That's these guys. Where are they? Where's the other one? There it is. So we have to orientate these like so. They do have letters on them. So if I bring the close-up camera and get it in position. So we have R and we have L. Where is the L? There it is. See, there's the L. Oh, focus. Yeah, L. See the L there? So L and R, you'll be able to tell which is which. This is the front, this is the front side of the bulkhead. So I'm going to set these parts on, and we'll be able to do that because they kind of clip in like, well, they don't really clip in. They will just sit in, actually. I thought they would clip in. So, I forgot to, yeah, so let's get the screws going for that. I'm going to cut these bags open. I totally forgot. The yawns were definitely getting to me there. Oh, there's some shims in those bearings. Come out. That shim is stuck in the bearing. Oh, geez. See, look, that shim is sort of stuck in the bearing. There we go. We're going to need that. That shim, spacer, bearing. Okay. Transmission pieces here and here. Okay. And then a lot of screws and ball studs for this part. So let's get to the sorting of this. Like I said in a previous video and maybe earlier in this video, some of the longest things that, or the things that take the longest, sorry, is sorting screws and stuff. Because yeah, you got a pile of screws here, but if you don't sort it ahead of time, things get a little overwhelming when you go to look for parts. We don't want that. So as I sort through here, we got a lot of ball studs. They're all the same. None are different. And we have a lot of screws here. Okay, so let's start separating some of these larger ones from the bigger ones. M3 lock nut. Yeah, so we have a lot of countersunk screws, a lot of button head screws. I am going to make this even more separations now. Just move all those parts out, and I'm going to put all the button heads in a separate area because there's a lot of them, and we're going to sort them as we go. There's a lot of different sizes here. The manual does show 1-to-1 as well, as far as I know, 1-to-1 sizing. That's why that area is so big in the manual that I illustrated. Okay, come on, screw. Screw. No, that's bigger than that. That goes there. Yep. This part is definitely, will take you a little bit of time. Don't worry. We're in it together. Because you're going to have to sort your screws the same way I'm sorting mine if you want to make sure you've got them all. And make sure you can find them easy when it comes time to actually build something. Okay, those are all sort. Yeah, there's a lot of different sizes here, that's for sure. Okay, those are small, big, small, big, button head, big, small, bigger. Yes, and yes. There's quite a lot. At least once we get this this area completed of the car, we will have quite a lot of it done. I'd say we'd be nearly 50% complete at that point. Once we get past the bulkhead and past the front and rear bulkhead, I should say, because that's what we're doing now. Those are bigger. Those goes up there. Those are smaller. Those go down there. That's a set screw. 2 more button heads. Those are 4 of those. 1 of that. This and this. Many of those. Okay, and then 4 of those and a bunch of those. Okay, that's starting to even out now. Yeah, there were a lot. Okay, now that I've sorted a bunch, you can see here all the different sortings and different sizes going on, and you got to pay attention to what goes where, and I will help you illustrate with all that. So now we've got it all laid out. Let's start hammering screws into parts. So we need 6mm round head screw, or is what I call button head. So if you hear me say button head screw, it's a round head screw, and we need the 6mm one. We have both 6 and 5, so we have to be careful. Okay, so these little the ones over here, these are the 5mm. They're a little smaller than these 6mm ones. First, we'll take 2 6mm and we will install the left side bulkhead here. One goes there. It's 1, 2. Oh, make sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. For the most part, these should probably just go straight in. They shouldn't give you too much trouble. But if you're using an electric driver, it'll make your life a lot easier. That is for sure. Okay, straightforward. Oh yeah, leave that one loose till I get the second one. Proper fitment. Oh, put it in that one already. Okay, there's those 2 pieces installed. And then we want 2 ball studs at the top part where the shock will go. So grab 2 ball studs here. Okay, goes right here. 1 and 2. Perfect. Okay, that's that part done. Now we can move on to the upper arm mounts. And those where are they? These pieces, yeah, these guys. If you want to make your life easier, I don't have the colored, my gold Sharpie or whatever, but I colored these arrows both on the car and on the part to make my life easy. I misplaced that gold Sharpie, but I marked up those little gold arrows so I could really see what was happening um, on the arm and the bulkhead, because that's the right side, this is the left side. There we go. So you can see there, this is how we make our Ackerman adjustments on the D6. Use those arrows to either, in this case, we're going to line them up. That'll be the stock setting, but you can move it around, and it has little ridges there to help set the arm in place. We're going to align it up arrow to arrow. That's the factory. But first, I'm going to install ball studs in all 4 of those holes, 2 there and 2 there. Okay. It's easier to do it while it's off the car or off the bulkhead versus when it's on the bulkhead, in my opinion. 1, 2, yeah. You got to press a little with these parts to get the threads going. That's okay. Nice. All right, so there we have those installed. Now we can install them onto the bulkhead. And for that, we need the 8mm screw, which is these guys, these slightly longer ones here that I've put off to the side. Yep. Okay, so with this part, I decided the best way to do it was just snug the first screw, like barely get it snug, just kind of let it just sort of the arm free float there a little. But don't snug it, because you want to be able to move it and get it into position so that those arrows are lined up. And no. Yep, that one looks lined up there. Okay. Actually, wait, don't line it up yet. Put the second screw in. Don't hammer it in. Then do this. Then do it like this. Then line up the arrow. Another arrow. Come on. There we go. And then hold it in place and give yourself a snug tighten. And snug tight. There we go. The gun set. Oh, we're gonna have to do that again. Okay, so I'm gonna back it out and put it in tighter. Do that one more time. There we go. I didn't get it seated correctly before I tightened those. There we go. Because once you get that tight and snug, that part shouldn't move at all. There we go. So we're going to do the same thing on the other side here. Get it prepared. Excellent. So now loosen that and get these arrows lined up. Come on. There we go. Okay. Yep. Nice and snug and tight. Don't strip them. There we go. Shouldn't move. And there we go. But if you want to adjust your caster, this is what you'll do. And yep. There we go. I was looking at it on an angle. Yep, those are right. Okay, so that's good to go. There's part of our front bulkhead ready. So now we're going to flip the page because we're on page 11. We will flip the page. Move on to the top of page 12. This is where we install the bulkhead onto the chassis, the front of the chassis. So if I were to drop it on, just to drop it on over our steering rack, here's our steering rack. Okay. So if we drop it on, that's where it's going to go. So it's going to use those front 4 holes and those 2 back holes. Okay. So if I move the chassis, it's those front ones and those 2 back ones there and these front ones. There we go. Okay. I'm going to get the DeWalt going again, and we use the countersunk 6mm. So let's start putting these in now. Line the bulkhead up with the holes. And as per tradition, I like to just pre-thread them in before tightening them all, so that way you get the best fitment onto the chassis and everything will sit nicely. If you don't get nice fitment, you can always, actually I'm going to do it here. I'm going to loosen off these front bulkhead screws that we installed at the very beginning of this step, just so I can get the most best fitment of this front bulkhead. We also wondered if this was causing us some suspension binding. So this is why we're loosening off those 2 screws as well. Now I'm going to start tightening things because I'm threading in the last 2 screws here. There we go. And then I'm going to do the middle bulkhead screws first. 1, 2. Some of that might have been off the camera, my bad. I'll try and put most of this stuff on the camera. There we go. And those are already tight. And then now we go back to our top of the bulkheads screws here, retighten these ones, and we should have very nice fitment. Whoa. There we go. Should have nice fitment for the bulkhead. Bravo. Okay, so that's all installed now. Our arms are still floppy. Very good. Very awesome. Okay, so now that that part has been done, now we move on to the transmission, and this is where it gets a little more interesting. So now we have to prepare our top shaft of the transmission. We need 2 E-clips. There's an M4 and an M3, big one and a small one, or big one, medium one, I should say. There they are. Okay. We need one of these shims, this guy here. And later on, once this car is built, we're going to add more shims and clean up some tolerance in the transmission just to brace it and make it a little more better for heavier driving, that kind of stuff. We'll address that later. But right now, we need that. We need one of these bigger bearings. And we will need the plastic gear, this gear here, and this holder piece, set screw, which is right here, and one of the other, what's that, M5 ball bearing? No, the M4. Okay, so we need the big one and a small one. So it's one of those and one of those. Actually, it's this and this. So same size outer of the bearing, but the inner is different. You notice that? So that's what we need for this step. One goes on one side, one will go on the other side. So now we can do that. It illustrates putting the belt on during this step, but it's pointless because we have to still put it into the transmission and all that, and feed the diff through and the belt tensioner. So there's a bit to do before that. So we don't have to worry about the belt. But what we need to do is press these E-clips on. So this E-clip goes at the back side, the biggest part right here. Yeah, this ridge on the very edge ridge there. Okay, and we're going to press it in like so. That was very straightforward. Look at that. Bang. Okay, so that one's in on the very edge. Okay, and then what we have to do before we put the second E-clip in is we were going to install where is it? Oh, there's a pin too. I forgot. There's a steel pin. Yes, this steel pin. That one, the small one. We need the small steel pin. M2 by 9.8. Yeah, that's the small one, right? Oh, N2 by 9.8. That's the big one. Okay, sorry. So that's the big one. Big one, small one. Why am I getting 9 by 8? Yeah, 9 by 8. Oh, okay, yeah, so it is the bigger one. Okay, so not that one, it's the bigger one, this one. Excuse me. Okay, so before we put on the second E-clip, we have to insert our pulley onto the shaft. That will slide on with a bit of resistance, but it's okay. We need to line up that hole with the shaft's hole. Focus, you can see the hole there. There we go. Okay. When we've done that, we take the pin and insert that into the hole. This is our drive pin, basically. That will insert in and go flush. Yeah, it is the 9.8. See, it'll go flush against the gear there. Perfect. Then we take our top collar piece, this piece. It slots on only one way. Okay. It slides over that pin and holds the pin in place. And I don't know why they only spec'd one set screw for this, but they did. So if you want, you can put a second one in, but this is just to hold this piece on here. So just thread it in there, make sure the plastic holder piece stays on. Whoa, I threaded it too much already. There we go. A little more. There we go. And that just stays on, but it does sit. Well, that's not supposed to sit loose. Hold on. I didn't get it on enough. There we go. You'll see it move a teeny bit. The move away a little bit when you get tight there. That's not going anywhere now. That's on there, so that's how that's supposed to go. All right, and then after that, we will add a shim and a bearing, but now we can install the E-clip onto the very end of the shaft, which is right there, that slot right there. We can take our E-clip, feed it on, and I'm just going to put it against my pliers here because I need a raised surface, and just press it in. See how I've got it sitting here on the pliers? Okay, so you just press it down, and it should clip right in, as long as you got the E-clip straight on there. So that's where that E-clip sits. Now, for the bearings, here's what you want to do. One of these shims will go on the far side, on the bigger, that's this bigger shim here. This one goes on the far side because it's on the bigger part of the shaft. Okay. The bearing that has the bigger inner diameter, that goes on the outside right here, right so. The bearing with the smaller inner diameter goes on the other side. And we use the smaller shim. There it is. First we put that shim on. Okay, and it goes on the outside of the E-clip there. And then we take the bearing and it will sit right on the edge like that. There's our completed input shaft assembly, and we get a well done in the instruction when we complete that. The belt is supposed to be illustrated as well, but we're not going to do that yet. So there's our input shaft. Now we can go and construct the actual bulkhead, the rear bulkhead. So you're going to see some plastic flash in here. Just break that out. Comes out really easy. Okay, and then so we have to orientate this as such, this part and this part. There we go. They're supposed to stand up like that, but they're going to lay down for the moment. Now we have to bolt these together. So to do that, we're going to start with this side first, and we need the upper mount. That's two of these pieces. They're the same on each side. A little bit of plastic burr there. Just get rid of that. Very good. The other side's okay. So this orientates like that. Very good. Okay, so then this part is sort of where it starts to look a little confusing because there's a bunch of lines going everywhere. What we need to do is put two 6mm button heads here and here. So we're going to do that now. One and two. Nice. We're going to do the same for the other side as well. So let's do that now. I'll leave them like this so you can see them on the close-up cam. And that one orientates like that. Same thing, two 6mm button heads. Nice. Okay. Those parts are installed. All right, so then we got to do one of these posts. This is the rear post, and I do recommend adding two more of these posts. I put it in one of my videos to bulk up the rear make it stronger, basically, the rear bulkhead, and I'll illustrate that once we get this all together. But in the rear, we need two 8mm button heads. That's these guys. I'm going to put, we'll just do one for now because I'm going to do one side. You can Loctite this if you want. This one isn't moving, but I always recommend to. So put a little Loctite on that, a little thread locker. And this one goes in the very end. Okay. And we can thread that in there and just screw it together. Whoa! Well, that's good. We can tighten them end on end when we get that. That part goes in then there. So now we're getting somewhere. And the next pieces, that's the motor mount B. Now, what we found with the first revision of this motor mount B, there's two ways we can fix a problem that occurs, with the transmission. The motor mount ends up sitting not so straight, and we found we could fix it with two options. Excuse me. Found we could fix it with two options. Can either add spacers to the upper side of the motor mount to make it straight, or my solution was trim off about 1 millimeters worth of this end area, and that will help straighten out the motor mount. I believe this was a little too wide, so I'm going to do that here because this is a first-gen car. And for the most part, I just eyeballed 1 millimeters worth, and that's usually enough. So let me cut this off. Come on, you. There we go. Yes. And of course, it puts up a small fight. There we go. Make sure it cut a little more straighter. There we go. And that should help just straighten out the motor mount. You can always trim it a bit more if you want, or even add spacers as well. So this was my quick solution, and it worked pretty well, to be honest. Okay, so that's pretty good. Excuse me. Okay, clear the nose. All right, we're back. So, let's see. So I trimmed the motor mount. Now we can bolt that on in this orientation, like this. And this one will go into this big hole right here. Yeah, on the very upper part right there. Okay, so to do this, we need the 18 mil. That's this super long one. This guy. This is the 18 mil. It's really long. So that's going to go through the top part there. It's going to it's going to actually thread through the top of this part. So we have to grab the screwdriver and get it threading. Actually, no, sorry, it's not going to thread through. It just felt like it was, but no, there's a little extra plastic in there. So it should slide through. Shouldn't have to thread it. And then, so that's sort of how it helps it. Well, what the heck? What did I do here? Did I put it in the wrong one, didn't I? I did, I think. Yeah. Yes, okay, sorry. Wrong one. It's not the top one. The second one from the bottom. That's why I said this part, this illustration somewhat looks confusing a little bit. So yeah, you'll know if you got it in the wrong one, because when you set this flat there, see, now that sits flat and flush, see? So it actually has to go into that hole there, okay? That's why we're doing this, so I can help you guys. So then you take the smaller aluminum post, this one, and that gets threaded in right here. I'm just going to thread that on by hand just for now, because we'll tighten it later. But that's where that one goes. See, so now we're getting more of a transmission. Okay, now looking at the instructions. Okay, we've done most of that stuff. We can start to put it together and put screws in the other side to close this together. So now we're going to take our input shaft here, guide it through the top of the hole here, okay? And this is the orientation it wants. So that goes there. Now we're going to take the spacer, this guy here, this aluminum spacer, and our M3 lock nut, okay? Take those things. M3 lock nut goes on the end here, or the spacer goes on first, and then the M3 lock nut. Oops, thread that on nicely. There we go. And they only want this nut to protrude through a little bit, as far as I remember. Let's get it on here. I remember there being a thing somewhere about it, but might have been from the D5 car, because I'm not seeing any bits about it. So if yeah, okay, you can bottom it out. That's fine. So you can go right to the bottom, snug it up, and there we go. So that's that holds the bearing on. Okay, that lock nut just holds the bearing on. This will still pop out right now. See, that just simply holds the bearing on. Okay, so you know. now we can put the other side of the bulkhead on. So let's flip this. And this is going to slot over first, which is kind of nice. Slot onto the bearing, so it'll kind of sort of hold itself in place, which is nice and handy. So that's what that will look like, but now we got to put it together. First, you're going to take the 12 mil, this last guy here, last big guy. He's going to go in on that hole right there, okay? And that will go in and slot into that aluminum post right there. We can go ahead and do that. I'm going to do it while it's flat on the table here. And you're going to hear that spin because we need the old 2 mil. Where's my 2 mil? There it is. So I'm going to tighten this, just snug it up for now. If your transmission fits funny, you can loosen this stuff. And you know what? I'm not even going to fully tighten it because, yeah, I'm going to wait. So we're going to leave this loose until we get it onto the car, and then we'll snug it up because otherwise this thing is going to move around on us. But that's what goes there. Okay. So now we got to put a screw, 6 mil in the back side, or sorry, an 8 mil in the back side here was where we put one on this side. We're going to put one on this side. So, and same thing, I won't snug this up fully until I get it onto the car. Well, it's kind of snug, but I'll leave it just a bit loose there. And, okay, so I think we've gone through everything we need to there. That. The rear things, the lock nuts. Yes, well, we've done everything there. There's the part of the end of page 12. This is where you should be. You can leave this loose and leave these two loose until we get to mounting this onto the chassis, and then that way, by leaving those few other screws loose, when the bottom screws bolt in, everything will bolt up nicely. And the reason I say to add more braces, I added another brace, another one of these here, and I had another one of these those braces right up top there, just under the pulley, to strengthen the bulkhead, because what I suspected in the first few months of ownership was the bulkheads were shifting, basically doing this. See how they can slightly, if I could hold one, see how everything's flexing? Just like that. So that's what I wanted to address. And by beefing it up, I definitely believe you will not strip as many gears, both spur gear and or belts or idler gears, as I have. So that's a good thing for y'all to do. Now, we will move along to the top of page 13. So we'll move that over there. We're going to build the tensioner, the belt tensioner. To do that, we need that piece, the tensioner posts, and we need the 2 little bearings there and there. And we need the tensioner roller piece, and then the hex cap screw, which is this guy right there. So what we want to do is put the bearings into the roller. You can just slot the bearings in, just like that, actually. Pop, pop. They just slot into the roller there. They sit nicely. Then you're going to take the bearinged up roller, put it on the post. There we go. Look at it spin very nicely. And because this is metal into metal, you're going to want to Loctite it. But the procedure for this, we're going to be doing this carefully. I need a 2 mil for this. 2 millimeter hex. Apply some thread locker. Oh, I did it again. I am, this whole time I've been dropping thread locker like it's hot. Let's stop that. Okay, so dab a little thread locker on it. Oh, that's a little too much there. Dab a little thread locker. Okay, onto the screw. We're gonna take our post with the part on it. Take the screw and thread it on nicely. Grab your hex wrench here, put it in the end of it, the small end, and just snug this screw up, just snug. Ready for the snug? And get it tight and snug. That's all you want to do. Just snug it up with the Loctite. You don't need to reef it on, and definitely don't tighten it on, because what we found was when you tighten this screw fully, and then the screw that mounts this post, if you tighten that fully, sometimes, usually, they start to bottom each other out on each end. And because of that, any excess tension on the roller here causes this part to break. And it's happened many times, so much so that people have made their own tensioners, taken this screw out and ran another screw straight through the other side of the bulkhead, which you can do. made their own, do a bunch of other stuff. Like there's a whole bunch of things you can do for that. And a lot of people were crafty in coming up with the solution. My solution was just changed to gears entirely because I wanted a different transmission feel and all that stuff. So that's why we're doing that. So that's completed right there. That is ready to go. We can build the shock tower now, essentially, which is step 6 of bag 4. So we need those pieces. Yes, A, B, and then the middle guy there. So if we align this, shock tower B goes on this side, and shock tower A goes on that side. Like that and like that. Okay. Now we need ball studs and screws, so we need the 8mm screws. And this is simple. So a screw goes in the top there, a screw goes in the bottom there. You can see it. Whoa! Whoopsie. And we're going to screw this to the side of this holder. So there's the first one. Okay. Get the second one going. And we'll do the other side now. And then we can tighten all these together. Whoa. Tighten. Tighten. You can see my clutch giving out there. Very good. That one's already tight. Okay. Cool. So there's our shock tower assembly where and then the speed controller sits on that. And we got to put 2 ball studs here and here. Okay. So we will do that now. You can hear the ball stud looking for a place to bite. That's normal. Bravo. Okay, so that is in. That side goes to the rear. All right, so we can put that off to the side with the tensioner. Now we're going to actually drop the diff and the tensioner into place. And on the next page is where page 14 is where we'll check the orientations and the adjustments. And we're going to do that. So, oh, I forgot to put the belt on before. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, no big deal. Simple fit. Actually, can I? Okay. So simple fix. If you forgot to put the belt on like I did, undo this one side. Undo that. And just pop your bulkhead open like so. Okay, simple. Take your belt, put it in. I forgot that. We had to put the belt in before closing the bulkheads. But yeah, easy peasy. There we go. Now our belt is in place, a beautiful bandeau belt. And we can put the screw and this mount right back in place. Yeah. Typical bad shop. Sometimes we forget something, but we always get it done. So rethread that back in, put this back together real quick. Leave it a bit loose. All right. Okay, so our belt is ready. Our diff is ready. And the tensioner. So here, this is usually what I do this way. Put the diff and the belt in. Now what we want is, if we can see it here, see the little post and the arrow? That little post is our guide. So what we want for this installation is we want that straight up and down. I'll double check it in the instruction, but that's what we want, both sides. This is what aligns the differential inside the transmission. And if you feel like your belt is a bit too tight or this or that, you can use these to adjust to make the diff move forward or more back in the housing, which is kind of nice. But you got to make sure it's seated in the correct position when you go to bolt it down with the shock tower, which is what we'll do now. So let me just turn the page quickly. Yeah, and on the top of page 14, you will want the arrow straight up and down like I showed. Just get it on the camera here real quick. So put the camera up, I showed this already, but we'll show it again. See, we want the arrow straight up and down, and then the tensioner, I'll show you how to tension that. Oh, there it was. Yeah, the approximately 1 millimeter of that nut, but you can pretty much bottom it out. But you can adjust that if you need to. There's going to be a teeny bit of play anyway. And then that's just for adjusting the belts. So we're going to do that now. We'll do that after we finish bolting the transmission together with the top of the shock tower. So we got our diff in place. We got those arrows in place. Yeah, now we can bolt this together. So let's do that now. 8 millimeter screws, 4 of them. Let's go. 1. Line that up. Line that up. There we go. I'm going to leave that loose till I get the other 2 in. Okay. Don't worry if the belt falls off the teeth right now, because we just need to bolt this all together. There we go. Excellent. Those feel good. Just check them out. Okay. So now that's what the transmission should look like when it's got the top shock tower piece assembled on it. Very nice looking though, eh? So now that we have done that, okay, so now we can flip this over and install our tensioner. So now make sure your teeth are aligned on the belt. They won't have any tension, but make sure it's just in the correct positioning. And what we're going to do, what size screw did it say? It's a 8 mil. Okay, so another one of these 8 mils. Now, use a little thread locker because it's going into metal. Okay, a little thread locker on it. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to leave this on the bench and then I'll bring it close to the camera. Actually, first I'll show off. See that hole? That oblong hole there? That is the one for the tensioner. Okay. Take your tensioner, press it down on the belt. Bring the tensioner to the hole. Okay. There we go. And fit the screw in and start screwing in. Very good. Now, what I want is the tensioner at the very top of that oblong first. If you mount it downward, you'll have too much tension and you'll probably break the tensioner or something. Yeah, and it won't be good because a lot of people did that. So what you want is to tighten that piece at the very top of the transmission. So I take my 5.5 wrench like this, the way I do it. 5.5 wrench to hold the hex part. And then put some tension on where it rests on the upper shaft. This will push the tensioner upward and then just snug it up. That's it. Just a little snug. That's all you need. You don't need any more. If you put any more or you reef it down, you'll probably break it. We don't want that. So when you've got it done, you should have a rolling transmission, but there will be some resistance because the belt is brand new, the tensioner has been set, and the diff has been set. But if this feels too stiff for you, which it will for some people, this will cause a bit of driveline drag. Basically, it's like having about 4% of drag brake, in my opinion. You can loosen that by moving the diff forward and moving these guys to the back, and that'll move the diff forward. That'll give it a bit more adjustment. I did that as well, just to give my belt a little less tension. But the belt will break in and it will loosen off a little bit here, but just make sure your tensioner is not super tight. Otherwise it will probably break. So there we go. That is the transmission mostly assembled. We just have to put on the rear upper arm mounts, which are these guys right here. Same part, side to side, straightforward. And we have to put in the last 4 ball studs here. Excuse me. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 2 left over. Why do I have... Oh, right, yeah, no, all 6 go into these parts. That's right. So I've got to put 2 here, and then 1 on the underside of here. So I'll illustrate that in a second. So let's do the top side ball studs first. 1. 2, 3, and 4. 4. Okay, cool. Now we have to do the underside. So if we do the left side first, we can put one here. Very good. See that? So that's how that one would be orientated. And then if we make an identical one for the other side, the right side of the car will be this side. Whoa. Beautiful. Okay, so that's that. See how that's orientated? Then we can bolt these straight onto the transmission side right here. Right there. See how that will go on right there? 2 screws. These are using the, where are these? The 8 mil. So these guys. Slot it in the hole. Put one and then pre-thread one and then do the second. Excellent. All right, so that's one, and then we'll do the second side, right side. Whoops, I tightened that. Whoopsie. Okay, we'll do the second one here. Bravo. Okay, so now you can see those upper arm mounts have been installed, and then that underside ball stud is for the active rear toe. And our transmission is coming together. It's looking like a very nice piece of equipment there. D6 transmission. I'm still waiting for the aluminum bulkhead in for the idler gear, but the aluminum transmission for belt is already out, so you can get that if you want. Okay, and then we got to bolt this onto the car and then do the motor mount, because the motor mount bolts to both chassis side and well, kind of chassis side anyway. It's bolts to this mount, which is on the chassis, but you want it on the chassis first. So let's do that now. Let's see. So we need 6 of these flathead screws. They're right here, the last 6. Get our car here, and if I just place the transmission on, that's where it will sit. Okay. So what holes is it? It is those 2 right there and those 2 right there. Okay, so we can now go ahead and plant these in. Flip this upside down and make our life easy. Line up the holes. Get a couple pre-threaded. There's 1. 2. Whoops. 3. 4. And 5 and 6. So we can start tightening these down now. Yes. How's everybody's build going? I hope your build's going well. If you're building it alongside me. Okay, so all those are tight now. And at this point, I'm going to remember, before we bolt the motor mount on, let's bolt those screws that we left loose. Remember these end ones here? So let's screw on end of each other. It'll make life easy. Yep, that's tight. And then same thing for this screws here for the other metal post. This one right here. See that one right there? On both sides so we can get it tight. There we go. Yeah, this tight. There we go. Now our transmission, now our transmission is nice and secure. Bolted onto the car. The resistance there, that will break in. And now we can install our motor mount. And we'll put it on this side. You'll notice the logo goes away from you. and that's because this motor mount is universal. It'll go on either side of the car, but they decided to put it like this. So the last 3 8mm right here, bolts on to the only 3 spots, 1, 2, and 3. Can we see that? I get closer here, 1, 2, and 3. And our trimmed motor mount spot is the lowest point. So we'll start with that. All right. And then the upper holes. One, 2, and then this will be the third one. Right here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this one prematurely stopped on us. There we go. Make sure they all go in tight and all the way. Oh, well, that one did not go in straight. I'm going to hit it again. There we go. Now the rest of these are in. Okay. And my motor mount looks much straighter. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, cool. Good. And the last part of the Bag 4 transmission, spur gear. So 48 pitch, 83 tooth spur gear, 25 tooth pinion, which is a nice combo. And for this, we need the brass collar here. That goes on the shaft before you put the spur gear on. Okay, goes on like that, just slots right on. Okay, well, and if you tilt the car, it will fall off. And then this spur gear mount, which will accept axon gears and stuff. The aluminum one will not. Found that out the hard way. Then the tricky part is with this mount, you have to find out where all 4 holes line up the best here. You're going to notice, I think I got it straight up. Look at you're going to notice sometimes when you pick some holes that it isn't the most correct, where it looks like all 4 will fit, but then you start screwing it in and things go a bit wonky. So if that happens, just start again. I may even run into it myself. And because this is a moving part with vibrations, I will put a little thread locker on the screws because I do not want my spur gear coming off mid drift. That is for sure. So if you want, thread 2 screws in. Excuse me. And if 2 screws thread in pretty straightforward, don't give any weirdness, then you nailed it. If it starts threading in wonky or it starts getting prematurely tight and they're not going in the correct way, or they're going in sideways, or the mounting holes are off position. This is more true on the Axon gear than the 3Racing gear. 3Racing gear here, it just goes right in, see? And then snug the screws up. You don't tighten them a lot because you may bend the gear. Warp it, just snug it up, and the Loctite will help prevent that from backing out. There we go. Right. And we are supposed to have one more pin. There it is. It's stuck to my thing. And I have done this backwards because I forgot. Don't put your spur gear together, spur gear and spur gear holder together first. You have to mount the spur gear holder on the shaft before putting the gear on. The illustration doesn't really tell you that. It does tell you to put it does tell you if you use a screw longer than these that you'll get stuck on the motor plate, which is true. So okay, what we want to do is slot the spur gear mount onto the input shaft here, and you'll see there's a hole. See the holes lining up there. We have to slot this pin, this guy, which is the shorter pin. We have to put him into the mount here, and it may get a bit stiff for you. You may need pliers just to feed it through. And then we got to feed it through the hole here, see? And then it fits and sits through just like that. And then the spur gear goes over top of it like that. And then you put your screws in. And that's where sometimes with an Axon gear, you're going to have to really pay attention to the holes because they tend to go, oh, look, see? Yeah, I didn't get the right hole because that would not thread on. Come on. That or I didn't line it up correctly. There we go. Okay, so get your gear on here. Oh, see, this is what I was talking about. Did I actually get it in the correct holes or did I not? Hold on. Make sure your gear is seated all the way. Nope, I didn't get the right holes because this is, okay. Yeah, this is where it gets tricky. Because that appears to be correct, but it's not correct. That is correct. That is what I was talking about. Sometimes the whole pattern looks correct, but it actually isn't. So now if I put that one there, and then I put this one back on. Yep, there we go. So if it feels funny, just start again and reline up the holes because you may have the slightly wrong hole alignment. Okay. And just snug it up, like I said. You don't have to tighten, like refit tighten, just snug them up. Nice. All right, so those are snug. There's a gear. It makes your life much easier for turning the transmission. Yeah, feels good. Nice and smooth. The transmission here, if it looks like it's spacing itself out a bit, it'll come together when you do the upper deck. This will hold this together. But if you add more braces there and at the back side, well, geez, if you add more braces at the back side here and at the back, then life will be a lot easier. But when we pinch or we put the upper deck on, this will tighten it a little bit and make life very nice for us. And if you reach this point, this is the end of bag 4, step 4. There's our transmission and rear bulkhead assembly all installed on the car. And like I said, with the front bulkhead as well, we have almost, I'd say, 50% of a car. And we get a huge well done in the instructions. Awesome. So let's continue to move along here. We're moving good. Moving on to bag 5, part 5. And that is a small bag. So let's put this over here. There's not a lot in this bag because it has to do with the servo. So let's get it all opened here. Bag 5. And let's break these off of their trees. Oh, they came right off. Nice. That's the servo mount. We don't have a servo currently for the car. The owner will provide his electronics much later, probably at the track when we get there. Oh, should have put those in the tray so we can sort them. Let's do that now. Some button heads and some of those guys, countersunks. Okay, and we got 4 shims. And that's a tree. We can get rid of that. And 1 stall stud and a turnbuckle. Okay, so all right, just getting situated. So now we come to step 5. So this is the bottom of page 15 is just showing off all the parts we need. And then if we go to, where are we here? So this is bag 5. We need the upper deck for this because we're going to install the servo into the upper deck, okay? But we don't have a servo, so we're just going to mimic it. I'm just going to install the washers there, the shims, and the screws, and the servo mounts just in place where they should go. And then we install the upper deck onto the chassis. Okay, that goes straight onto the chassis. And then we build the turnbuckle, approximately 117.2, approximately this length. I'm going to make it roughly this length. We're going to have to change it possibly when we get a servo on there and make some adjustments, but that's the length I'm going to make it to. And then we will get a big well done. So it's not a huge step. So we have those parts. So we're going to start at the top of page 16. So let's do that. Okay, so we need the upper deck. To do that, we're going to cut it out of its bag. Very good. Throw that in the garbage. Now, this is the top side with all the cutouty. Whoa, hold on. Move that back down. Oh. There we go. Move that back down. All right, so here we are. There's the top side. This is all the cutout area is the top side of the upper deck. And the servo would basically install straight through there. And servo mounts, the pieces you screw into go on the top side. So we're basically just going to bolt these in really quickly because it won't, we don't have a servo for it, so straight forward. Well, gotta make the threads. 1 and 2. I'm going to pretty much just install them all the way here. We don't have a servo, but I don't want them flopping around too much. Okay. And then the other side, you have to do them tight anyway because it's not a complete hole. It's an oblong open hole, but that was done on purpose so that many different sizes of servo could fit. Typically this takes a low profile, but I mean in terms of widths and all that stuff. So put that there. Get that going. Let's put the other one in actually. And then we'll just tighten it up. Just leave it there because that's where it's gonna stay for now until we get the servo. There we go. Just come on, you. Okay. There we go. And then we'll just hold that in. So that's the bottom side, and then that's the top side. Okay, so that's the part we'll see out of the top. And then we bolt this straight to the car. So let's move those over there. This is the front side here. This is the back side. So it will sit on just like that. And we use all these button head screws here. And same thing, I pre-thread until I get to the last 2, and then I start tightening. That gives us the best fitment and installation. I like to do the back, put 2 in the back, put 2 in the front, so the car starts shaping up. Pre-thread. 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 And tighten. 1, 2. Oh, that one fought me. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, well. 7. 8. There we go. I was counting wrong. Okay, so that's all installed now. We got the upper deck installed on the chassis, and we can see if we twist it, we can see the flex, which is pretty good actually on this car. And this last screw would be for the servo horn, but we don't have a servo, so we'll put that in the we'll deal with it later pile. And now we can just thread on, and this ball stud, that ball stud would also be for the servo horn. We'll put it for the later pile. Now we can thread on the ball cups onto this rod here, which we're just going to thread on all the way. Oh, do this side first, do the regular side first. This is somewhat difficult to hold and thread. Oh, jeebus. Actually, for this, let's make our life easy. So let's pre-thread. I'm going to grab that screw, one of those screws that we didn't need. Pre-thread this side. Nice. So that's one side. That will make our life a lot more easier. Oh yeah, see? Right away. I'm going to use the pliers just to hold this guy because a little annoying if we don't. There we go. So now we can, oops. There we go. Hey, stay still, you. Thread this on. I'm basically just going to thread the ball cup pretty much all the way down the thread. And then we'll deal with it later. How far away? Yeah, that's pretty far. Okay. Now we'll do the other side. This side's going to fight us, and the other side of this, far away, is going to be reverse thread. So instead of tightening to the right, we got to do righty tighty, righty loosey, lefty tighty. So we got to go on the left, and holding it in the pliers is not ideal. So press, press, press. There we go. Oh no, press, lefty loosey, press, press. Ugh. Yes, I think I got it. I think I threaded. You got to press. This is where you could use. Oh no, it almost threaded. There we go. Now it's threading. These are where I said, yeah, the tolerances on some of these plastics are tight, and that's biting now because I need the pliers because it's fighting me. There we go. There we go. Yeah, you got to work it. That's for sure. Actually, I'm going to do another trick. I'm going to take the teeth edge of the pliers here and put them into just the back side of the thread. Clamp down. You can do this with shocks as well, just so I get a better bite here. All right, lefty tighty. That's right. Lefty tighty for this spot. It's going to fight us, but that's okay. This will be one of the most tougher parts of the build. All right, thread that on. Threading, threading, threading. Yeah, getting up there now. I can put my pliers back here. There we go. You can see the plastic threading its way off there. That's all that stuff there. That's all the plastic coming out of the threads being made. That is normal. You can cut all that away after because it looks funny. Do it with a knife or your thumb. There we go. Okay. And I'll just make sure that these ball caps are equal on both sides. In terms of putting them, yeah. So we have our tight side, open side, open side. Okay. There's our steering shaft. Steering turnbuckle shaft, I guess we can call it. Some tools over the way there. Okay, so then we're going to connect that. Since we don't have a servo horn right now. Well, the servo horn is in the package here. I'm going to... Actually, let's cut this all open. Yeah, we're going to prep this proper. This was that extra bag of parts from the beginning. The other motor mount and the other diff housings and stuff. And the bevel gear adapter in case we wanted to run that. And the servo horn. So 25 tooth. Yeah, that one. So we want the 25 tooth, 21 mil length. Now they want the ball stud on the inside, so that would be where the serrated teeth are. So let's grab that ball stud. Put that there. Oops. Let's get it in straight there. Nice. And yeah, so make sure you make the large sides the same because we're going the same way orientation. And this ball stud, like I said, these ones are tight tolerance. So put the ball stud, put the cup on an angle to the ball stud, grab your pliers, one end on the bottom of the ball stud, one on the ball cup, and clip them together. There we go. See that? There we go. So I'm going to do the same thing for this stud right here. Okay. Put it on an angle, grab the pliers, and clip. There we go. Oh man, my hands are giving up today. There we go, cracking knuckles. Okay, car's looking pretty good. That's installed there. There's our steering assembly. So let's see, that's where it would line up if we had the servo. And there's our steering action. Very nice. Ooh, extension. There we go. So now that that is done, we are into the well done section. Awesome. So that's the bottom of page 17, that well done section. How are we doing here? We're doing pretty good. So now we can move on to bag 6, which it looks like a G. This is bag 6, so it's the upper arms for the front and rear, and the knuckles. So suspension components now. And I'm going to move the close-up camera here so I can get a better angle to show you. So what are we doing? There's all the parts that we're going to get out of bag 6 in a moment, get them ready. And then we do the front and the rear in tandem here. So there's the front on the upper side. And then we install the front on the bottom of page 19, the upper arms. And then the rear upper arms, they go on as well, the top of page 20. And then we start building knuckles. So it's all one bag here for all this stuff. So got to pay attention on the knuckle spot. We got to be careful with the tiny, tiny screws there that go into the brake disc. Got to be careful when we thread them in. We will drop a little piece of thread locker on them, but we're going to be very careful when we do them. It's easy to strip them, both the heads on them and the threads. So we got to be very careful with that. We'll get a well done when we get that done. The front and rear are very similar. There's the rear. And then we got to build a bunch of turnbuckles, which is going to be fun. And I'll try to illustrate that as best as I can using my tips and tricks. And we're going to do some pre-threading. That's where I'll break out the drill and actually thread one of those turnbuckles into the drill's chuck, but have the reverse threads exposed, so I can reverse pre-thread the ball cups, because when I first built my car, it took me forever to do it. We're not going to do that. And then install them on the car. And then that will be that at the end of page 22. Then we move to bag 7, which is shocks. So let's go back to page 20 or page 18. Turn your books to page 18 and start extracting all the things out of bag number 6. So I'll put the camera back. Look at bag 6. There's a lot of items in here. So let's just tear it apart. And then I think we'll take a break before we do the shocks. You guys can hydrate and stretch. I need to stretch my legs soon. I'm just going to do a little stretching, moving around here as I cut all these open. Feel free to do the same. Maybe have a drink or something. I'm just going to do all my little drink hydrates off cam so that you don't hear all kinds of extra whatever. Get some little plastic burrs here to just cut off quickly. I like to sometimes just cut them off as I see them as I go here. We got a lot to take out of the bag 6 here. So, okay, that's that. Those are our plastic arms. Here's our knuckles on a tree. That's that. Okay, and now we're going to cut out all kinds of bags. Okay, so let's get this going. Start filling this full of items, shall we? Okay. That's all that. Here's our axles and stuff. Excellent, and 3Racing has pre-done the axles, but I'm going to give a top tip when we do the axles, because I've seen a number of a number of things with the axles on track. Nothing's wrong with them, but we think there wasn't enough thread locker pre-applied to the set screw in the drive shaft there, so that's what we're going to take care of. We'll do that here on the bench to save ourselves. Here's our brake discs. Very glorious. And they are metal. Whoa. Oh, I did get it both sides. Yeah, and they are metal. Can you hear that? Clink, 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 clink. Yeah, they are metal. So let's just put those there. And they are different sizes. See, the fronts are larger, so it is very scale. Look at that. The fronts are larger than the rear. Very scale. Very nice. And they are all marked FR, FL, RL, and RR. So you know exactly where they're going because they are directional. Look at that. Eee, very scale. I like that. Very nice touch by 3Racing for that. And we're going to need more space here, so let's move those out. Ball studs and all kinds of stuff in here. So let me separate these turnbuckles, because there's a bunch of those. Okay. And oh, the tiny little screws for the brake discs. Okay. Let me get these ball studs over here because there's a lot of them. And there are different sizes and there are different size spacers and they go in certain spots. So I'm going to make sure we pay attention to that, and I will point out things because I've seen a number of people who built their D6s themselves. And a lot of them were first-time builders, and I gave them big props for doing the build on their own. But they did overlook some of the ball stud and spacers because if we look here, see that one there? Now see this one? Yeah, difference, right? So one has a longer thread on the ball stud than the other, and that is very important. We need to pay attention to stuff like that. Crucially, there's also different size of spacers as well. There's 2.5 mil and 2 mil, and it's a subtle difference, but it is a thing. And I will illustrate that when we get a chance. Look at all these spacers hiding inside of the bearings. Get out of there, you. Get out of there, you. Okay. So, yeah, you can almost see the difference there. I'll illustrate it when we get to that point. There's the bearings. Okay, so some button head screws, 4 of those. There's our steering stoppers. There's our wheel nuts. Okay, there's those. Now we've got a bunch of plastic parts to sort. Let's do that now. Yeah. Okay, so we got more of these clippies. We will need those. We can break those all off. These are the brake discs. These are the ball cups. 2 of them are curved. It's very obvious where those will go on the steering. And we will wait for that. Now, get all these off. These will just twist right off, which is very nice. Do it ahead of time. And then put them in a little tray or something, because otherwise you'll be endlessly in the middle of your build pulling those off. Okay, we got all these plastic bushings and these clips. I'm gonna unclip them now, or take them off the tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so now we've got all that stuff going. It's all off here. Fun fact, the brake discs, a little focus, you see it there. It says Willwood on it. Look, I bring it closer. Very good. See how it says Willwood? Isn't that awesome? I like that. So we got Willwood scale brakes to install here. Very important. First things first, we got everything ready to go here. So let's do it. Step 1 of page 19, upper arms. So let's do the upper arms in the front. I've got my L arm and my R arm. There we go. We're looking good on the camera there. Okay, so let's see. So we want to do a turnbuckle, and we want to do a ball cup and bushing. So let's do the bushings first, because we might have to grab the big drill and start reverse pre-threading things and stuff like that. Bushing, 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 bushing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The letters go on the upside, and just like I showed previously, we take our clippies and we push it on. Make sure the bushing's all the way inserted, where this part gets very tricky. There we go. Whoa, got half of it in. Some will put up a fight, some won't. There we go. There we go. That one's on there. That one's on now. Just make sure it seats correctly, fully. If it doesn't, grab your pliers. Just push it in. There we go. Okay. Sometimes they put up a fight and they don't want to go in nicely. It's like this one, for example. Come on. There we go. Just give it a little push, push. If you have to, just double check it. Okay. One, two. All right, put that in, and the next one, put that in. Oh, sheesh. Yeah, they might give you the odd issue. Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. And this one don't want to go. Oh, there we go. Get in there, you. Why are you being so special? Okay, when in doubt, if they do give you a lot of trouble, you can grab pliers. Push them on. Push them on. Push it, push it. Okay, I'm grabbing another one because that one's not cooperating. Come on. There we go. There we go. I just had to give it a little extra force. Okay, that one's in. Good. Those are all in. Now we got to do the turnbuckles into the upper arm here. There's two of these guys. And there are two different ones here. So you'll notice these two have different the inner square area. See the difference in my hand there? So pay attention to that. These two we'll leave off to the side because there's only two of them. I believe those two are for the rear active toe. So we got to use these bigger ones here. Let's see. 18 by 3. Okay, no, never mind. So these are for the upper arm. Sorry, this one's with the smaller head here in the middle. Those are for the upper arm. So those are the ones we want. And what they are illustrating is they want the turnbuckle with the ridge. See the ridge there on the turnbuckle? See that ridge? That identifies which side is which. So if we were to do this, so if I illustrate this, see the ridge? Focus again, focus. See the ridge? So if I turn this regular righty-tighty, it's backing out. But if I turn it to the left, lefty-tighty, it's going in. See it threading in on my thumbnail there? So this ridge, the threads that are closest to that ridge, that means opposite thread, okay? And what they want is they want you to thread in this ridge, the ridge on the turnbuckle closest to the arm, which means reverse thread, okay? You can cheat it and use regular thread, but I would prefer to do it properly and thread it in with reverse threads. So here's where my little trick comes in. The top, the rear arms and the upper are the same. They want that ridge like that. So here's where I'm going to get crafty with the big drill. Take that piece out. What you want to do, get the drill chuck up like that. And since we want the edge, the ridge of the turnbuckle going towards the arm, this is the way it would be screwed in. So let me just thread that in. So now what I've done is in the drill chuck here, this is reverse thread. So see when I go normal here, we're turning to the right, my thumbnail gets fed outward. But if we were to tighten, lefty tighten, oh, did I do that right? Yeah, okay, yep, it'll go the other way. The lefty is tightening, my fingernail is going inward. Yep, so this is what we do. We use the pre-threading here because this is a lefty tighten. There we go. And thread it in there nicely. So then you're going to see a bunch of plastic. See the plastic come off here? That's normal. That's the threads you're making. You can just break that all off after. And they want 4.25, or what is it, 5.65 in the front. So usually what I do then is just pre-thread this in like that. Okay, and then I'll extract it here. Oh, shoot. I'm going to tighten my chuck a bit more. And then I can get this. Oh, geez. Okay. Let's take that out. I was going to take it out and pre-drill the next one, but I guess we'll do this manually. So let me back this guy out a little since I put him in a little too much. Righty-tighty. There we go. You can clean off all the junk there, all the plastic junk. See all that? Flashy flash, okay. Lefty tighty. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do that again for the other one. I basically didn't get the chuck on the flat part of the turnbuckle, so it stopped biting it, basically. That's what happened there. Just tighten that as best we can. I was gonna pre-drill the other arms with this setup. So there's the thread. Now can I get this one out? Excellent. So I'll do the rear arms as well. This is what I was trying to go for. Excellent. Might even have to get a turnbuckle in just leave a turnbuckle in my toolkit just for this. But you need a drill with an actual chucking front on it, chucking thing. Oh, wrong way. Yes. Now that those are pre-threaded, our life will be a lot easier. We'll clean that threads crap off there, and I'll pre-thread this one back in place. Oh. There we go. All right. And then our life has just been made easier because now those turnbuckles have been pre-threaded in the tight tolerance plastic. And all we have to do is pre-thread some ball cups with a screw. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to borrow a long screw again from our other parts area. And I'm just going to pre-thread every single screw here because it's going to make life easy. And I remember when I did this, here's my top tip. I took a 3mm screwdriver and I put every single ball cup. Actually, I'll put the two crooked ones on first. There's only two of them. Just do this here. This is a bad shop top tip. Just take all the ball cups, stick them on here. Okay. You're going to be thinking to yourself this morning, what the heck are you planning? Well, we're going to have to pre-thread all of these, and the arms are what are getting pre-threaded backwards. Actually, wait. No, I can't do all of them. I got to wait for some of them. Well, but essentially, I'm going to put them all on here, hold them all kind of one by one, and then just pre-thread them, bang, 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 bang. I was going to do that, but we have to actually reverse pre-thread a couple of these, so I'm not going to do all of them at the moment, but I need to do at least two. So for the four, sorry, for the front and rear arm. So let's just do 4, since I got 4 here. My pre-threading screw fell off, so let's pre-thread 4 of these. 1. Makes it easy because the tension goes against the screwdriver and not your hand. So if I'll show off the last one here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and then the last one. So when you get it on, watch it torque. See, torques against the screwdriver head or the bit there, and then torques the other way, and we unthread it. There we go. So we're gonna have to thread more of those later. So I'm gonna just leave that off to the side. We're gonna have to do that again. So now that we've pre-threaded our life, we'll get a lot easier. So we can take our ball cup holder screw, thread this on. Look at that, right on, bang. And then thread it into place. And then what I like to do, they want a measurement. So try to get as close as possible. That's a little crooked actually. Usually they center themselves, but that's okay. You'll want it to get as much central as possible. That's the other side, like that. Try to make this look as even as possible. We're going to measure it, but for now you can make that look just as even as possible, just to mock it up. And then we're going to measure it and make sure it's the correct sizing later. Same thing with this, just make it look even front to back. Like in this area, just make it look kind of even, and then make sure we put a bigger sized hole here on the bottom side. See that? And then that way that will be correct. So that's those two. Now we have to install these turnbuckles, and these have already been pre-threaded. So we'll leave the two bigger ones away. And then that ridge goes to the arm side, and it's because we pre-threaded it. Oh, wrong way, lefty-tighty. There we go. Oh, almost. There we go. Just gotta find the thread. And I'll grab my special tool here. And lefty-tighty, and it fell out, of course. Yeah, even if you pre-drill the threads here, sometimes you do have to give it a good amount of pre-thread before you can put some force on it. Yeah, come on. Yeah, no. There you go. If this gets tedious, just bolt it into the drill and do it that way. And you know what? I'm going to do that because it's getting tedious. So there we go. And fire in the hole. Very good. Okay, that's one. This might be the actual just way to do it. Like if you just want to get the thing built sooner than later. If you kind of like, oh, that's crooked. You kind of like doing things ultra manually, then be my guest. But okay, that's that. Oh, that way. There we go. Awesome. So those are now in, and we can just do the ball cups. I remember when I built my car, it took quite a long time just in figuring out the best way to deal with these ball cups. And I think towards the end of it, my hands got a bit tired. I got tired, and I grabbed the drill, and I was like, well, I should have done this long time ago. So screw your ball cup on. Make it kind of even, make sure, oh, we forgot to put the bushings on the rear arms. That's okay, we'll do that after. The words are the top, so there's the word, and screw that like that. Okay, so that's one. And here's the second one. Fire it on. All right, and then make it kind of even by the eyeball, but we're going to measure it off later. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, now the only thing I didn't do with these arms is insert the bushings here, so let's do that. Bushing, 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 bushing. Make sure they're pressed in all the way that they'll go. And then we push these on. Come on. There we go. I have a feeling these upper arms put up a little more of a fight than the lower arms did. Okay. Ah, come on. Give it a little push. Oh, that one's... This is the one that wouldn't cooperate. Okay, just open the face a bit. And there we go. Just wiggle our way in there. That's one of them. Two of them. Or that one first of this side. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay, and then this guy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Get lined up. And push it on. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Gotcha. Give it a good push and she'll go in. Okay, and then those are in place now. So there's our arms. Those are complete now. We can start stabbing them onto the car. So the first here, left and right. Yep, we go on like that. And instead of this time, I don't want to stab them onto the car. I just use pliers for this instead of trying to push, because I don't want to push down and break that. I did the same thing on my own car here. So just use the pliers, grab it like so, and clip. Should clip on without too much resistance. There we go. It just makes your life easier instead of trying to stab it and or push too hard, or you might break one of these components, which I would hate to see that happen for you in the middle of your build. And then just make sure the arms are free, which here they kind of were and weren't all at the same time. There we go. Just got to work them in onto the ball studs, work the bushing a little bit. Oh, I can press them on. Okay, never mind. Just work them in a little bit. The bushings will work in. This was not as bad as the bottom side, that's for sure. Yeah, that'll work itself in. We can work that later. There we go. Sometimes just installing them 2 or 3 times is good, but that's good enough for now. Okay, then we do the rear. And for the rear, turn over to page 20. And A, they want on the left side, B on the right side, so A and B. This is where you might have less room to press with your hands, so just use the pliers. Make your life easy instead of stressful. Work harder, not smarter, right? Good mantra, especially here under the motor mount. Good luck getting that with your hands. Whoa, I knocked the close-up camera. We're still good. Okay. I'll fix that in a second. Just trying to get a vantage point for y'all here for this. Yeah, use pliers for this one because there's no way you're getting under there with your hand. Okay, and just make sure they're free as well. Those are very free. Okay, we're good. Close-up cam took a whack there. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're back. Now we got the upper arms installed. We're looking like more like 75% of a car now. And moving on to the knuckles, so we can move that out of the way. We still got our thing of ball cups here. Leave that over there. Now we can do knuckles. So we'll do the front knuckles first. I illustrated it already on cam. So we'll go from there. And the calipers for the brakes, because the brake discs are a different size. Excuse me. Brake calipers are a different size. The discs are as well. So you'll see here F on the front caliper, and on the rear caliper you will see R. See that there? Very good. So we will continue on and build the front knuckles here. So we will need the front knuckle. Oh, we got some of that burrs. Get rid of there. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Now with my tuning, I ended up cutting off a bunch of the knuckle here. It's the same part front and rear. See the knuckle? A, B, B, basically. Yeah, it's front knuckle, front and rear. Same knuckle. So, just had to read and verify that. I ended up cutting off about that much of my front knuckle. That much, just so it would stop hitting when I wanted to do 90 degrees with the stock tuning. Excuse me. And so that helped because I was trying to get 90 degrees of steering whilst retaining stock parts and all that kind of stuff. But for the beginning, I'm not going to cut these off right now. We're going to leave that alone. And we're going to start putting ball studs into, ball studs? Yeah, we can do ball studs first. Okay. And this is crucial. So in the bottom of the front knuckles, okay, where's my other one? There's the other one. We want to put a standard 4.8 millimeter ball stud, and that's one of these guys. Okay, these are the ones with the smaller neck on it. Okay, the small neck, or small thread length, I should say. And those go in the bottom, so let's put this in the bottom. Oh, tightness on these things. Holy. There we go. Now she's in. Yep, she's in. Yep, okay. And then we'll put it on the other side as well. Oops, oh doodle. Tolerance on these is pretty tight. So you got to make sure you thread that all the way in. Okay, so there's the studs in the bottom. And then they want a 4.8 mil standard length thread, again, on the upper side for, where is it here, this stud. And they want that in that hole right there. Can you see that? Okay, so we're going to do that. Done. Okay, those two. And that's how it should look. Okay. Now, for the top side, we need one of the longer boys with the longer stud, but we also need to put in a 2.5 millimeter spacer, okay? And there's two sizes of the spacers here. This is where you got to pay attention because there's a 2.5 and there's a 2, okay? Can you see the difference there, okay? So you want the bigger one, the 2.5. If you got a vernier caliper, you can also do that. And I can illustrate that with the caliper. So, for example, we can zero it out here. Here's a 2.5. Well, it says 2.4, but it's a 2.5 basically. And this is a 2.0. See, 2.0. I don't know why this says 2.4. That's kind of odd. 2.5. There we go. 2.5, 2.5. Why does it say 2.4? That's kind of ironic. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay. And that's a 2.5, yeah? 2.4, 2, what the? Really? Did I just find out something? 2 point, wow, yeah. Look at that, 2.4, 2.5. Sheesh. Okay, that's hilarious, but that's interesting find. This could be why some people had issues as well. Okay, we'll peep those off the side. Those are the other ones. We will need those, but one of them is slightly shorter than the other. That's interesting. So anyways, we need those, okay? Those with these. Otherwise, we will not have good happy endings. So take your ball stud with the longer thread, and this is going into the top side of the knuckle. That one had to work for it. Because if you put the wrong ball stud without the spacer, or simply the wrong spacer, the 2 mil instead of the 2.5, you will find out that your bearings are either pinched or have cracked because it will have touched inside of here. And we don't want that. So now that we've got ball studs on these, now we can go ahead and put the bearings in. Actually, well, let's do the stopper first. Let's do that requires a 1.5. No, 2.0, okay. 2.0. And that goes in right beside the ball stud over here. Oh, the tolerance, holy. Wow, wow, wow. Really, all right. Tolerance is strong with this one, so I just manual finish that one. Let's put one more in here. Holy tolerance, okay. Holy moly. Okay. Where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So now that those are in, we can do bearings now. And these should just press in. Yep. 1, 2, and 1, and 2. So long as you got the right studs and spacers and stuff, your bearings should just press right in. And that should be that. Do the screws first before you put the bearings in. That will also prevent damaging the bearings and such. So, okay, so now that we've got that, now we can do the brake disc and hex hub and all that, but we have to install the brake discs onto the hexes first, onto these guys, using those tiny screws. And these tiny little screws use a 1.5 mil hex. So you'll want a tiny 1.5. Well, sorry, they don't use tiny 1.5. They actually use that tiny, here it is, use this tiny little Allen key, which is smaller than a 1.5. It's probably a 1. And yeah, you'll need this, so don't throw this away. I forgot to say that. Don't throw this away because you'll need it for those little tiny screws. So to do this, we got to take the hex hub, okay, the wheel hub, and we slide the brake disc. We need the FL for this one, the FL. And you put the brake disc behind the hub, like that. Okay, you'll cover the wording, the letters there, and you screw it together from the back side, so from this side. Okay, so you want to be very, very careful when you do this. So I'm going to do this flat-faced so I can see the holes. There they are. I've lined them up. There's 3 of them. And for this, I want to put a little dab of the thread locker on each of these. Just a little dab. I don't need a lot. But lining these up, you got to be very careful. So let me just see if I can get that one in nice. Okay, that's one. Oh, don't lose these screws. I know a buddy who did lose one, and his brake disc only has 2 out of 3 screws in it. Well, that's okay. At least it's holding together. Okay, come on, you. Thread nicely. No. No. Sometimes they will not just drop in and thread nicely. This is another part where you require some patience, definitely. And if some screws don't cooperate in a certain hole, just move on to another hole or grab another screw. That's what I found sometimes was just the solution for that. This screw will not cooperate. No, I might have to do this one sideways because I cannot get the threads to cooperate. Come on. No. No. Okay, we're going to try another screw because that's just not cooperating. I know a lot of people struggled with this section of the car. That is for sure. It's funny because some of them just thread right in and others put up a big fight. Like, look, see, this one just went straight in. Okay. Next. So that's the thing. If you find one that's putting up a fight, just move on. Grab another screw or whatever. Sometimes, yeah, look, see, that went right in and threaded. And then just snug them up. Just a little snug because you don't want to reef them in. But snug it up. With the Loctite, the thread locker, it'll help it from backing out. And yeah, you just need to snug these up. There we go. You can see that there. Just a little snug, and snug. Okay, so that's one done. And there we go. You can see the screws are in there flush. Make sure they go in as flush as you can get them. Sometimes I had one that would only go in slightly sideways, so I left it because that's the only way it would go in. It was like the last one I had. So just be very careful. So then once you do that, you can insert this part into the knuckle. Okay, and it goes in just like that. There's our glorious bearings. Look at that. Awesome. And then you take the back side of the front knuckle, the front axle, sorry, and insert it in. It's a 2-piece job. There we go. And now this will not stay together. It will sort of feel like it stays together, but it won't. And then at least at this point, we can take our little rubber O-ring, this guy, slot it over. This is supposed to help this stay in place, but it really doesn't do anything. And then take our lock nut and twist it over and just sort of seat it down here, just snug on the axle. That'll help our brake disc stay in place for the next part, which is the brake caliper. It just sits over here like that and screws into that hole there. And then the trick for this, if you want, make your life easy. Pre-thread the hole before holding the caliper in place because life gets a bit tricky. You can even pre-thread this before, holy moly, the tolerances on these. You can pre-thread this before even, before putting on, there we go, putting on the rest of the bits. Are you serious? You are not that tight in there. Holy moly, you are that tight in there. Okay. Let's do that again, but gently this time. But yeah, pre-thread the hole first. I should have done that when nothing was on the knuckle. And this is, you just have to thread this on where your brake caliper goes on as even as you can get it. That's not very even, but that'll do. It's not touching. As long as it's not touching, you can do it with the screwdriver or with a manual. like with a manual screwdriver, that's fine. But see, look, I'm not touching. It's not necessarily even, but it's not touching, and that spins freely. Very good. So there's one knuckle completed. I'll do the other one. I'm going to pre-thread this brake caliper screw first because, my lord, that is tight. Nice. There we go. Okay, so that's pre-threaded. And same thing. So we're going to do the brake disc thing again here. So let's do that. Prepare this, and let's see. I'll leave that one wonky screw off to the side. It'll probably go in perfectly in another thing. So here we go. Let's put this in. That one went pretty much in. Next. Get this going here. Oh, did that go in or not? Yep, that went in. Sometimes when you thread it in and you first thread it, it feels really stiff, like you're cross-threading it, but you're actually not. That's the other thing people experience with this is they thought they were cross-threading the screw and they actually weren't, and like, you know, took the screw in and out, in and out, in and out, and eventually it was, oh yeah, it's actually going in. It's just feels tight. Oh, this one went really well. Good. Okay, so let's snug these all up. Yeah, this one here feels tight. There we go. Now it's not tight. Just tight for the first few turns. But it definitely feels like I am cross-threading this. Okay, there we go. Snug it up, and snug it up. Okay, so there we go. All good, all flush. Insert it into our knuckle. Insert the back side. And put our O-ring. And wheel nut. Just snug the wheel nut up. There we go. Now we can install our brake caliper. That's nice and free. Yep. Okay, and brake caliper, the other front one. Whoops. And we're going to try and line it up as best we can. There we go. Well, it actually came out really well, that one. Nice. That one's way more even than the other one. Excellent. Okay, so those are the front knuckles installed now. Built, and we got a well done there. So we're going to do the rear knuckles now. Those are the front. Let's put those off to the side. We will start the rear ones. Same process. Let's do the bottom sides first. So we use the regular ball studs in the bottom. A little crooked. I've turned my clutch up to number 10, I think, here, at least, because these knuckles have a high tolerance, as you can hear. Tight tolerance, I should say. Okay, and then there's no stoppers on the back sides of these. But what are we going to do? We have to pay attention to the top side because the top side uses the long ball stud and the 7mm long ball stud on both. The picture doesn't show it properly, but it is this way. And you have to pay attention to the spacers. So I put the 2 5s over there and the 2 mils over there. So on the very top, you do a 2 5. One of these taller guys. Sheesh, the threads. There we go, that's one. And we'll do the other one. Cool, okay. And then the 2 mils go on the wiper part of the knuckle. And they want that on the very end piece. Yeah, the very end hole here. Oh. Yeah, just had to look at my car there for a sec. Yep. Okay. And we'll do the other one. So, ow, jeebus. So while the knuckles are the same, front and rear, the ball studs and the spacers are different. So the 2.5 goes on the top there and the 2 mil goes on the bottom, but both of these are the long neck, the long thread ball stud. Okay, so that's that. Now we can move on to the bearings, and these should all just press in. Yeah, press in. Press in, very good. That should press in, but it's not. And I know why. I know why, because one of those spacers, good thing I measured it, because one of those spacers showed that it was not the correct size. So let's just back this screw out a little bit. And then that should fit in now. Yep. One of them was a little bit off. It was a 2.4, not a 2.5. And that is why that bearing would not just sit in there correctly, like just slide in. So if you notice that, just leave yourself a bit of space there. And that should be okay. I'm going to blow my nose. Cool. Okay, so continuing on. Let's see. So we got knuckles. And where were we? Oh, right, yeah. So we're putting on the brake discs now. Same thing. Okay. So for this illustration, what's that? RR? Yes. Okay. So this one we want RR. And let's do this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Remember to put a little Loctite. Little thread locker, I mean. Okay. And we're getting close to the shocks anyway. We're not there yet, but we're almost there. Yeah, this was another one. It didn't feel like it went in, but it oh, did it? Did it go in crooked? We'll check it in a second. That one feels suspect. I don't want to crank it in yet. Okay, next one. Oh, jeebus. Yeah, that one went in. It's just a little bit tight. So what about this one? What about this one? What happened here? Yeah, same thing. It just feels a little tight, but it's going in. It's not cross-threaded. I think some of the threads are a little tight, and this is what threw people off when they built their car kits, their D6. Yep, there we go. There's this one just had slightly tight threads. Okay, so bolt this on. Just be gentle when you tighten these, right? You don't reef them on, that's for sure. Yeah, those all went in okay. Excellent. Very good. Okay, so I'm going to prepare this, put it in the knuckle, and wait to complete it with the drive shaft. There's our bearings, nice and smooth. Do the next one, RL. Oops. Okay, so I got 1, 2. What happened? Oh, what happened to my last little screw? Oh, there it is. It fell off and it went away. Okay, no. You do not get to run away, my friend. We need you. We need you like right now. We need you so that we can install you into this. Oh, that fell right in there. Perfect. That's very good. We need a little more thread locker on my, oh, I did it again. Okay, I'm just leaving that there now. I dropped another dot on the table. Whoops. Yeah, see that? Did that one go in crooked? Yeah, I think so. Back that out. That did not feel as good. Okay, so let me try you in this other hole. There we go, yeah. Didn't feel good in that one hole, but it feels okay there. So then the last one now. Last screw. Goes right in. Weird, but okay. But yeah, that's the threads on these hubs. And that's in there. Nice, that actually went not too bad overall. Just really like two of them put up a little bit of a fight, I think. Okay, we can put that away because we won't need that now. We can put this in here. Bearing spins freely. Excellent. Now for the drive shafts, before we put the brake disc on. Actually, no, let's put the brake discs on first. And pre-thread these holes. So let me pull that out. Because then the brake disc will stay in, that'll stay in place once we do this. Okay, that was one. Here's the other one. Excellent. All right, now back to reinstalling this. And we put our brake. Whoa. Whoa. There we go. Okay, we can line this up best we can. A little crooked. There we go. There we go. Nothing touching. Cool. A little chilly in the basement tonight. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Look at that. Okay, wicked. So that's in now. Now we can do the drive shafts. And what I wanted to do before doing anything on the drive shafts was adding more thread locker to the set screws inside of here. Yeah, those guys right there. I'm going to do that now because I've seen a number of these come off on track from D6s. So I want to prevent that on this build. And oh yeah, that was not really super tight. There is some thread locker there, but not a lot. I'm going to put a good amount on. Make sure you pinch the pin here on the sides so it doesn't move. And tighten that nice. I'm going to do the other one here. Well, let's see. Snuggish, but like not tight. Oh, there was a good amount of thread lock on this one. There wasn't on the other one. So they do factory thread lock them, but I think some of them just didn't get a lot of thread lock or enough. And that's what's happening there. So there, now that's recertified by me. Now we can put this through, put our drive shaft through the knuckle into the front hub. Take our E-ring or O-ring, E-ring. Wheel nut. Screw it down. And that'll hold that in place. And then do it again for the other side. There we go. And just snug it down. There we go. And then that's the rear. So there's our knuckles. There's the front ones. There's the rear ones. Awesome. Now it says to do a bunch of turnbuckles on bottom of page 21. And then we install the knuckles onto the car. So let's go about that now. And here's where I find out how many reverse threads thingies I got to do here, which there's only like a few of them. So we have to build, bottom of page 21, we're looking at, bring it over to the camera here. Bottom of page 21, we're building all these turnbuckles now. So 3 of them will be regular thread and 3 of them will be reverse thread. And what we learned was that ridge, see where the ridge is? The ridge is where the reverse thread is. So I need one of those reverse thread, and then I need 2 of those regular ones reverse threaded because the ridge is closest to there. So 3 of these need to be reverse thread and 3 of them will not be. So I'm going to take 3 off. 1, 2, 3. And maybe we got an extra one. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 2 of the, oh wait, 4, right. So need another one. Yeah, you got to do 4 because we got to build 2 small ones and then that's for the steering, and then 2 longer ones, that's for the rear. No, sorry, the longer ones are for the steering and the shorter ones are for the active rear toe. Right, so okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so let's start pre-threading. Grab my screw here. And this is why I put them on here. So really it was it was 4 that we had to have reverse thread. So what I'm going to do here is hold them like I did in the other step. Go ahead and pre-thread them. Nice, that'll make our life a whole lot more easier building these. And now for the big drill to come back with the chuck. And I'm going to chuck in the long one here. Try to get it as straight as you can. It's going to be slightly difficult. See, look, that's wiggly. No, that's terrible. That's as straight as I'm going to get that. See how it spins mostly straight? That's enough that we can do our pre-threading. So I'm going to do the same thing. Put these 4 that I need on the pre-thread, or on the screwdriver here, just so they're easy to work with. See, all 4. Now we're going to take our drill here and do the pre-threading in reverse. So that's righty-tighty. We want lefty-tighty for this. All right, so here we go. 1. 2. 3. I'm using the first speed on this drill so I don't blow through things. Very good. And there we go. We have pre-threaded in reverse. So let's put those reverse thread guys there. Take our, actually, well, since, no, I've pre-threaded it. That's fine. I was going to hammer these on, just bang, 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 bang. But we have to, actually, yeah, I'm going to do it. Just make my life easier, just so they're already on. So let's do that. How far do they want on now? Pretty far. So let's say about there. So this involves you re-chucking each turnbuckle into the drill here, which isn't too difficult. Just make sure you get it straight, like I said, straight as possible to make your life easy. And use the screwdriver if you need. Yeah, this will save a lot of time, that's for sure. and a lot of headache. So those are two reverse thread. Let's do the shorter turnbuckle now. Okay. Yep. How close do they want that? Pretty dang close. Yeah, this will make your life a lot easier. That's for sure. I normally don't do this with the drill and the turnbuckles. Because most of the times the tolerances are pretty good and you can do it by hand and not wreck your hands. But because the tolerances were so tight on these D6 plastic parts, some of us decided this was the way. So there we get the last one going here. Pretty good. There we go. Leave a bit of slack. A little more. Okay. There we go. That'll save us a lot of time and a lot of headache. Those are pre-done. Those are all the reverse thread ones. Now I can do the regular ones and thread those on. Okay. It even says use a ball end socket to access the linkage assembly. Their wording, I guess, for pre-threading it. So those are all done. Now we got to do the rest of these assemblies. So we need two of the regulars, and then those two will go on those two. So let's just mock that up. There we go. Now, the best way I found to do this, I grab my 2.5 and my 3 mil screwdriver, or hex driver, stick one on one end like that, kind of like how we were pre-threading them, and get the other end and start threading it on. Use the ball cup driver here. Okay, start threading it on. Thread it down to, oh, it's starting to move already. If it does that, hold the middle piece with a pliers or a holder. And we just want that to be somewhat even. We're going to measure that in a minute, but let's build them first. Building them first and then measuring them is easier in my opinion. But if we were doing this all at once, sometimes with other brands, like I said, you can do this by hand, and I would have just manually just done this all in one shot, both creating threads and then mocking up the size as per. But because the tolerances are so tight, we are doing it this way. Crank this down. Make it look kind of even, and then we're going to do the sizes later. Same with this guy. These ones are a bit wonky though because they're curved. Still works with the ball cup screw thing, but it does get a little wonky. Come on, pre-thread on you. There we go. See what I mean though by wonky? Because you have to... But it works. It totally works. It definitely works. You can do it like this. And yeah, they want that pretty much almost all the way at the bottom. So let's crank her down. Okay, next. At this point, your fingers might be starting to give up with some of the things you've been doing through this car. Like I said, it's good to take a break. We're coming up on a break because after this long step of step 6, we move into step 7, which is the shocks. So we're going to take a break before we do shocks, because shocks will take you anywhere from half an hour to an hour, depending on how you do it. I assemble them all as once in an assembly line, and I find that's the best way to do it, so that's how we're going to do it. Okay, that's threaded on. Now these are built, but we have to get the lengths, and what they want is an end-to-end length, 47.5 for those, excuse me, and 59.7 for these guys. So we need the caliper for this. Excuse me. Might have a yawn coming on here. 47.5. So let's just do a measure. See where we're at. Oh, wow, 47.11. Let me get this handed correctly there. 47 dead, so I just need a little bit of adjustment. This one is 48, so I got to pull that inward more. And then this one is kind of interesting. They want 59.7, but you got to measure it like this. And that is, okay, we got to make that a little bigger. And this one we got to make 59 a little bigger as well. Okay, so we got to make them a bit bigger. 47.5. One of the easiest ways then to do this is lock the caliper in on a setting, so 47.5 there. And then when this sits nicely in there, that's how we'll know for sure. How to adjust it the easiest, take two of the drivers, okay? Put your turnbuckle on like this. Figure out which way is the opposites. And so we have to, what do we do with this one? We need to make it bigger, so lefty-loosey should be this way. Whoa. And then this way, this makes life easy for adjusting as if it were on the car. Yeah, that's a little bigger. And that's about right. Yeah, that's going on. If we want to measure it exact, just loosen that off. 47.5, look at that. 1. See how quick that was? So here we do the again. 47.5, and this is measuring at 48 things, so this way. No, other way, we got to shrink it. Okay, so go this way. Well, there we go, and 47.5. Look at that, pretty much 47.5. Well, it's a little off. Is it, or is it me? Oh, 47.5. Okay, that's that one. And then for this guy, same thing. Twist him straight. Okay, so we want 59.7. We are at, where are we at? 58.8. 59.7. Okay, so we'll do this to make it larger. $59.7. 59.5. Whoops. That should be 59.7. That's actually too big. Yep, 59.7. And the last one here, what do we got to do for this guy? He is not big enough, so we're going to make it bigger. Lefty-loosey for this. Or lefty-loosey. Righty-loosey, I mean, sorry. Righty-loosey, because we're going the opposite direction. This particular orientation. 59.6 something, just a little more. There we go. 59, oh, wrong way. There we go, 59.7, just right underneath it. Okay, so that's that. Turnbuckles are done. They're all ready to go on the car. Flip the page, page 22. And now we can start pushing ball studs into things. We're using our pliers, which we'll probably end up using. Okay, so rears are there. Fronts are here. That's that side, this is this side. Let's see, can I push this in even easily? Nope. Where's my pliers? use the pliers and do the side pinch thing like I had illustrated previously, like this. There we go. And same for up here. We have to just turn that guy slightly, pinch them on, and then turn them back straight. There we go. So that's on. Make sure they're fluid. Same for this side. Bang, one. Twist him. Oops. Twist him and clamp him down. Put it back straight. There we go. Nice. Now we can do the turnbuckles, and they want the curvy side at the arm. So let's make sure we do this. I got to twist this one side just a little bit. There we go. Just so the both of the wide holes are on the same side. Same thing here. You can do the half press or the full press, whatever you like. You can do the same thing here. You just basically top to bottom it. Yep, there's that. Okay. And the other thing I forgot to mention when I was doing the steering rack and sort of the steering here is build the car first, put all this stuff on, build this stuff to the manual spec, and then tune the car. If you try to tune the car while you're building it, you'll probably run into problems, as many people did. And one of those things many people ran into was when they tried to adjust or change the ball studs or turnbuckles here. What would happen is the steering would end up hitting the front bulkhead. That bulk up would hit the front bulkhead. And if you do it all to the manual, nothing will hit, and we have our glorious steering. See it? There we go. We got our steerings, and we got some Ackerman there and all that stuff, and it's working nice and freely. So that's very good. That's what we want. And look, our arms are free now, much more freer because we have more weight on the parts. Yeah, that'll get freer when we put more on. So that's the front done. Okay, now we have at least like 80% of a car, almost 85%. That's done. But yeah, if you adjust any of this stuff while you're building the car, you're going to run into problems. So build the car first, then do all the tuning. Your life will be a whole lot more happier. Your life will be a lot more happier, and you'll enjoy your car. So now we can put these guys on. This goes on this side. Make sure to slot your drive shaft into the outdrive, like so. Now we can go about clipping all these things into place. Get this one. Clip. Okay, and then clip the top side in. If you have to spin the bulk up, so be it. And then spin it back so it's straight. Okay, that's one side. We'll do this side, same thing. Drive shaft in. And clip it into the bottom bulk cup. There we go. And to the top side bulk cup. Do-do-do-do. That angled there. There we go. Okay. And I put that on upside down. Look at it. I put that on the wrong side. Okay. No big deal. Easy fix. So same thing. Just pop that off. Pop that out. Make sure to pay attention when you install this, because I certainly didn't pay attention there. I just fired it in. Oh. There we go. It's one side in, and put this side in. Too much angle there. There we go. There we go. Put it straight. Okay, now we can do the turnbuckle, and this one you got to do, you got to mismatch them. So this, make sure one side is big and one side is small, which I've done on that one. And then this one, did I do the same thing? I put big and small, so I'll flip them. Because these get the orientation flipped, you'll want to do that. So you have the big side on one side and the small side on the other side. There we go. Okay, so big side there, big side there. Okay, so here, clip this on, like so. Oh, there we go, that went on. Okay, and then this one, same thing. There we go, that's one side. And now for the other side. Okay, put this on. Whoa. I'm just gonna stab this on here. There, that's on. And now clip this guy on. There we go. All right. Now we got the rear suspension fully assembled. See? Loose action. Excellent. And you can see the rear toe. See the active rear toe? The knuckles turning inwards there. There, it's the factory active rear toe. And now once you get to that point, we have, I'd say, 80% of a chassis. Look at it there. Beautiful. Yeah. So once we've done that, we will be moving into parts bag 7, which is this. Parts bag 7, which is the shocks. I'm going to put it here because we are going to take a break. So let's do some stretching. Let's get a snack or a drink or whatever. Just take a little break, and we'll be right back. All right, we're back. We're here. We're ready for bag 7. And what does that entail in bag 7? Quite a bunch of things. It's basically the shocks. So we're going to cut the bag open, and we're going to get into the shock build now. We're one bag away from completing the car. And so I'd say we're about 80% complete on the vehicle. Let's move some stuff out of the way here and continue to cut these open. Here's the springs. And they have different colors on them. So one's red, one's green or orange. I'm a bit colorblind, but that looks, yeah, it looks orange to me. So we'll keep those aside because some go for the front, some go for the rear. These pieces we can break off of the tree now. It's very good. Well, they're coming off pretty nicely with very little burrs on. Some have burrs. I will cut that off. Do some trimming. Yeah, there's a couple of these have a little burrs on them, so let's just trim that off. Very good. Okay. And the shock bodies. And I remember these ones came with the optional aluminum collar, which was pretty nice. So we got a nice aluminum red collar on the part there. Mine came with purples, but we need to take these collars off because there are O-rings that will go inside of them. So let's peel. Whoa, I lost one. One got away from me. Okay, so let's get that one off. And that one. If we don't put O-rings on those, then they will rattle their way, not so much off, but they'll change your preload setting, and we don't want that. I'm going to get my trusty shock holder going. Will those sit in there? Yes and no. Okay, we'll put them in there for now. Got to take the bottom caps and the top caps off of these shocks as well, the shock bodies. I'm getting Loctite on everything. There's a clean that up there. Okay. Oh, losing things left, right, and center here. We're getting the shock parts prepared, so you should do the same. Put those collars up there. Those over there. Now we're going to cut these open. Get the rest of these parts here. The nice part is the pistons, these are 6-hole pistons, so the shocks should work pretty nicely when they're built with different O-rings, because the stock O-rings here are a little bit steaky. We're not going to use those. We're going to substitute them out as I recommended in my unbox video and many other videos as well. All those parts bags we can get rid of. Okay, so those O-rings we need. Going to put those into the collars. So let's separate some parts. Those are our bladders. These are the O-rings that we're not going to use, these black O-rings. I only see 2 of them. Where's the other? Oh, there's the other 2. We're not going to use these because they have a little bit too much friction, or stiction if you want to call it. So we're not going to use those. I'm going to substitute out some O-rings I found in my bag, which are still good. They're just spares from other builds. Two of them are red because they're from Reeve D, and two of them are blue because they're from Yokomo. And I can tell you, between the two of these, they're pretty much the same. They're very, 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 very similar. Some say that the red ones are a little more slipperier than the blue. To me, they're pretty much the same. So we're going to substitute that in because it'll work a lot better, and the shocks will have a lot better feel with those O-rings. And we're going to use the green slime as well, so we'll have that on standby for us. So we got all our parts out here. We're ready to go, so let's do it. And I'm going to illustrate the manual here. So let me put the close-up cam in a different position. So here we are, page 23, step 7. There's all the shock parts laid out there. And here's the build. And there is an additional manual here, which I'll show off in a second. And that additional part is just showing off the aluminum shock. So here's the assembly. Do the shock piston install. And then the green slime on the O-ring is what they're saying there, the ceramic grease. And tension with the shock shaft. I'll use my shock shaft pliers for that. And then fill the shock, cap it off, put the springs on, away you go, install them on the car. And you will need pliers to install them on the car because the tolerances of those ball cups on the shocks are very tight. And then we would move to step 8 on page 26. So I got a bunch of shock tips to go through here as we do this, so let's get going. Now, I'm going to show off the additional instruction manual at this point because the fact that this is the GA, the Plus car, they are showing the red aluminum collar there, and really there's no other difference in between this build. They want the same length there, 13.3 mil. It's really just the aluminum adjustable preload collar. That's the main difference here. Put that away. And let's get started. So the first thing I want to do, I want to put on, first thing I want to do is move the close-up camera back into position. Yeah, there we go. So now first thing I want to do is take these aluminum preload collars, take these O-rings and insert them into there. We got to do this 4 times. And then we're going to screw these straight onto the shock bodies right away. Even though the manual doesn't say to do that, this is what I like to do. Unless the shocks are of such a specific design, I won't bother following the manual for shocks because I built so many shocks in my time. So this is how I do it. Now we're going to take the preload collar and spin them back onto the barrels like so. And if your friends ask you, how did you get so good with your fingers? You tell them, this is how I did it. So if you're threading on these preload collars and they feel a little stiff, you can always take a little bit of shock oil, dot it onto the O-ring, and your life will be a lot easier. These ones are actually quite cooperative, so that's a good thing. We will get them on there. There's many ways you can do this. I'm just being artistic. Okay. Once you get it, the shock preload collar threaded onto the body, you can stick it in your shock holder or assembly guide, whatever. Excuse me. And then we will do pistons after this with the glorious E-clips that everybody loves. Excuse me. Okay. The next one. Whoa. No, this one's a little stiffer, but not too bad. Could be worse. The idea, though, with this rubber O-ring inside the preload collar is, yes, to prevent them from getting loose and changing your preload on your shock. In this case, they would rattle back upwards and loosen off your preload and give your car a funny feel. And we don't want that. We definitely don't want that. So let me put the car down so it's a little more flat there. Come on, you. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Get in there. Up you go. Okay, there we go. So that is all complete. Now we must do E-clips and shock shafts. The easiest way Take your shock shaft with the two ridges there. This is where we will insert the E-clip. So slide the E-clip on so that it's into that ridge. Okay. Lay it down as flat as you can here like this and simply press downward. Click, click, hear that? That was straightforward. Do it 3 more times. Oh. Yeah, always do the bottom O-ring first when it comes to shock shafts. Your life will be so much easier. If you try to do the bottom O-ring or bottom E-clip first, or last, I mean, you're going to have a tough time. So do it this way. The instructions don't really tell you which one to do first, but definitely do the bottom one first. Because then life will be more bueno. There we go, look at that. So we got all our shock shafts with the bottom side E-clips on. Now we can install pistons and E-clip on the top side. Same thing for the top side, seat it into the ridge, okay? So here it's just kind of sitting on the outside of the ridge. And we're going to take our pliers and press on the middle part of the, press the middle part of the E-clip, press on the shaft and click it into place. See, just like that. That's how it should go. So we're going to do that another 3 times. There's the second one. Click. These E-clips aren't putting up much of a fight, which is good. Some of the other brands use slightly smaller E-clips, and not that they put up a fight, but sometimes they can be a little bit troublesome. Oh, that went right on. Very good. I like that the D6 comes with 6-hole pistons. That was a very nice touch because we get good amount. Good amount of damping. And and there we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Once you have all four completed here with the piston, you can go ahead and drop them into your shock bodies. Now, some people reported with the D6 that there was a bit of a tolerance issue. They felt a little bit of stiction of the piston into the bore. So some people polished the shock bodies here. Yeah, that's not too bad. No, I can hear it making a bit of noise as I run it through, but that's because nothing is guiding those through. Need to blow my nose. Excuse me. Okay. At this point, we can assemble the bottom part of the shock. That would be our O-rings. And that is the bottom part of the shock, which is the shock caps, the bottom shock cap, and the shaft guide, these things. So these shaft guides, you have to put them a certain way because we have a little ridge there. So you can just see the little ridge, okay? And that is so that the ridge lines up with this part. So if I just mock this up here, see, that's supposed to line up with that. See the ridge line up? There we go. So let's do O-rings. We're going to need the green slime for this. I'm going to need a fresh Kleenex to wipe my hands off after. So like we did earlier with the diff, open your green slime, petroleum grease. Take your O-rings, get them ready there. And we're going to put the O-rings on first. So let's do the blue ones first, just because. So get yourself a bit of slime. That's a good amount. And start pressing it in on your fingers like so. Okay? Just rub it into the O-ring. Make it absorb it. And once you feel like it's absorbed enough, take your shock body. Take another finger here, your middle finger, and hold the shaft against the side of the body. Okay? Take your O-ring, wiggle it on nicely, gently. The green slime will act as a lubricant to pass through these threads so that you won't cut the threads up. And then get your move your O-ring up the shaft and insert it into the bottom of the shock body there. And once it's in there, you can leave it in there. If you want, wipe off the excess off the shaft. But then we go move to the next O-ring take a little bit of grease there, just slime it up. Very nice. Same thing. Wiggle it onto your shaft and wiggle it up the shaft and into position. It's okay if the shock shaft isn't fully coming out of the shock body. It's not a big deal right now. I'm going to slime this up as well, this red one. Whoa, don't drop it. Oh, I dropped it. Ugh. It's got some fuzz on it. Get the fuzz off. Okay, we're good. Try not to drop it because your slimed up O-ring will take a bit of it. And we'll place this red one into here. So I guess we'll do reds in the rear and blues in the front. I think that's what is happening. All right, so good enough. And this one, same thing. Rub it in. Get it good and rubbed in there. If you want a bit more, grab a bit more. There's that fuzz. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So that's nicely slimed up. Three-way seal with the green slime, basically. It seals your O-ring against the shock shaft body. It seals against or the shock shaft. It seals against the shock body, and it seals against the oil absorbing into the O-ring. So three-way seal. So now we're done with the green slime. We can put that away. I can wipe my fingers off. And at this point, if you want clean fingers, you're going to have to go wash your fingers. I'll be all right for the time being. Just going to make sure I rub it off. Get it off my fingers. You're going to get some shock oil on your fingers anyway, so not a big deal. But like I said, if you don't want the smell, or if you want clean fingers, you have to go wash it or sanitize it or whatever. Now, once you've got all the O-rings on, you can take your one by one the bodies back out. Insert the shaft guide. If my fingers will pick it up. There we go. Hey, insert the shaft guide so that the ridge is facing downward towards the threads. Focus, there we go. See that little ridge there? Because we're going to take our top cap, and the top cap will screw on here, and that little ridge will sit right in the hole. Will fall right in the middle there. Perfect. There we go. And here's where you can check your shock shaft. Yeah, I can hear the tolerances in there. Yep, that feels fine. Do the rest. Make sure that's down. And cap it off on the bottom. Make sure the bottom cap is nice and tight. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can hear that a little. Might have to polish that up or bore it at a later date, but I will let the owner do that at their discretion if they're going to even continue to run these shocks. They might change, put something else on. But for the out-of-box experience, this is what we're going to do. And these O-rings will give us a slightly better out-of-box experience. And that'll be that. So, put the bottom cap on. And that's that. Okay, so I'm going to wipe my fingers just a little more. Can turn the page basically into page 24 because that's where we're pretty much heading to now. We're about to put oil into the shocks. Okay, so first, before we do that, grab our shock shaft pliers. Use the 3mm hole section there, and we're going to thread on our ball caps for the bottom side. And the nice part is, wait, are these pre-threaded? No, they're not pre-threaded, but they go on a whole heck of a lot easier. And then you just take your ball cup screw and clamp down with your shock shaft pliers and thread the ball cups up just almost to about the top of the thread there. Don't have to go all the way, but almost. Then that prevents the piston bottoming out or going to all the way to the top and coming out of the shock body. So we'll do our next one here. Get the thread going. You can use your 3Racing ball cup screw. Come on. Come on. There we go. Worst case, you can pre-thread them like we did in the previous step. Excuse me. For the knuckle assembly. And if you have excessive plastic threads like this one's doing because it's going on kind of crooked. No big deal. You can get them off. Wow, that one is crooked. Okay, there we go. It should straighten itself out, but try to straighten it as you tighten it. And we definitely don't want any of this plastic garbage in the way, so we will clear that all out. See all that excess junk there? We're going to clear that all off. Okay. Next one. Sometimes I just pre-thread it with my hand first before using the tool. Other times some ball cups sit nicely in the tool. Well, these ones kind of do actually. They sit in there nicely. Threading. There we go. Oh, no, didn't bite fully. Come on. No. It's like this one's putting up a fight. It's biting but not biting. Come on, you. Did it go? It went. There we go. Oh, no, it didn't. Oh, you know what then? Fine. You're gonna... Wow, all right. That one didn't cooperate, so we will do it our way. We're going to pre-thread this one, because I don't know why it decided to put up a small fight with us. There we go. And because I don't want to deal with the last one manually, my hands are giving up a little, we're going to pre-thread the last one too. Just because. There we go. Normally I don't. Normally we don't have to, but the tolerances on these were all kind of various, and some were tighter, some were not. Now, let's get back to where we were. Look at all this plastic that came off. Okay, there we go. All the threadings. Now, this was the one with all the one that put up the fight in the first place. Yeah, and it goes right on now. Look at that. Yeah, when in doubt, pre-thread out. Okay, so throw that in there. We're going to get a bunch more of that plastic coming out. That's fine. Break it off. There we go. And this is now pre-threaded, so our life should be dandy. And it is. Very good. And that one went on kind of sort of crooked. There we go. It's straighter now. Okay, there we go. So now that our ball cups are on, see, we got all our ball cups on the bottom. Now when we go to bleed, for example, you can just do this and put the ball cup to the end, and the piston won't bottom out. Excuse me. Throat's giving up. All right, so now we can put oil in. We have to do some bleeding as well. My throat is, I'll have to have a little drink. So here's our shock oil, number 50 CST. We can go ahead and put oil in this now. We're ready. So fill it up mostly to the top. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Excellent. Now, after we fill it, we do a little bleeding action. So one by one, hold the shock and move the piston up and down. We can see, can you see? I'm not sure if you can see, but there was a bunch of bubbles, and now there is not. Bunch of bubbles. Okay. And then this one here. What this does is allows the oil, my throat's giving up. This allows the oil to pass through but underneath the piston, flow through down to where the O-ring is. And this also gets rid of any air bubbles that we might have sitting in the shock. There we go. Very nice. Whoa. Oh, yeah. I made more bubbles there because this one, I didn't fill it enough. There we go. The piston went out on top of the oil, and that's what happened there. Okay, so no more bubbles. And if you've done the green slime part correctly, when you go back to rebleed, you will have no bubbles. Yeah, no bubbles. Beautiful. Okay, so when you got your bleeding done, you can let them sit here. It says to let them sit here for 5 minutes or whatever. You can do it. The bubbles should go out pretty quickly. If they don't, you can tap like this, or you can blow on it, or worse, just take a Kleenex and blot the bubbles out that way. At this point, now we can put the shock cap on and the diaphragm. This part is straightforward. Now these shocks are not like typical shocks because they have a bleeder hole built in. So see that hole right there, the top cap? That hole comes straight out and vents right underneath there. It's hard to focus, but it vents just underneath where the ball stud is. So it's like it's sealed, but it's not, because whenever the shock moves, it will take in air underneath that hole. So it's not really sealed. At this point, if you want to seal that hole, the way I ended up doing it was I took my soldering iron tip and just melted this plastic closed, melted the plastic around that hole inward and closed, and that did the trick. I mean, you could put glue there or whatever, but I felt just plaster welding the hole shut was sort of the best way. If you don't do that, the default way these shocks operate is with 0 rebounds. Because of the bleeder hole here, every time the piston compresses and uncompresses, it will push air out and pull air in, meaning when you bound the shock, it will not rebound. So I will illustrate that. Once they're built, it will have some rebound, but it will have next to none, basically. And that is the 3Racing philosophy for their shocks. They like a 0 rebound style shock. I prefer to have shocks that actually give real rebound, like that when you compress them, they go back out, so they actually have rebound. None of these will have rebound. So we do take the diaphragm and just place it on top of the shock, let it sit normally. Some of the oil should bleed out. If it doesn't, not a big deal. You may have to put a bit more, but some of it should come out. And this is where we will go ahead and put our top cap on the top. Some oil may come out, some might not. But if it does, just sop it up. Okay, none of the oil's coming out of this because I got it pretty leveled off. But here, this is where we're going to have not a lot of rebound. Ready? See? So this is the style. There's no rebound in here, and you're going to feel bubbles and things because the hole up top here, right in there, that little hole, it's kind of hard to see, but there's a little hole in there, and there will be oil coming out of there periodically and air. So 0 rebound feels shock. That's one done. Actually, we can put it down here since it's done. Here's the next one. 0 rebound feel. Yep. And I remember when I first built these, I thought, man, this just isn't right. What's the deal with this? Why do I not get rebound? And that was why I discovered, oh yeah, there's a hole there. Okay, bang, see? Next to no rebound. So that's how these shocks will be when you build them. And the 0 rebound feel is designed for, in theory, for most cars that have low suspension travel or that sit low to the ground. And I think primarily works well with progressive style shocks. Look at that's crooked, actually. That one went on crooked. I don't like that. I want to fix that sort of right now. How can I do that? Just take this and bend it that way. It's a bit more straighter now. That was annoying, but yeah, okay, there we go. That's better. So yeah, 0 rebound, see, next to no rebound. So basically the piston just passes through the oil and the oil just does the damping. There's no pressure, see, next to no rebound. So that's how these shocks are designed. And it is an actual thing. But most of us, me included, I want feeling in my shocks. I want rebound. I want some pressure. I just want to be able to have rebound. I don't know, I like that. But recently I tested another set of shocks that's designed for sort of 0 feel with very mild rebound, and they're kind of cool. So more testing to be done on that. But now that these are all built and assembled and have the 0 rebound, we can go ahead and put the springs on. And of course, I was going to say they didn't write it in the manual, but they did, and I got it right. Red goes in the front, orange goes in the rear. And it's marked there in the manual. If I bring the manual over here, see there's the bottom side, orange color marked, and the top red color marked. So that's the red and orange. So there's the red and there's the orange. So the orange will go to the rear. So let's call that rear. Let's call this front. Move those out of the way. And install. Very good. Now we got, yay, now we have damping because we have a shock on there. And these springs are actually not too bad. I kind of like these springs. I ran them on my Axon branded shocks when I swapped over. I just wanted to see the feel, the performance of them, and they're actually not bad. I like them. They're kind of a soft spring, more on the softer side anyway. I think the orange is probably medium, and the reds are probably softer. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to look it up. Go from there, but yeah. So now we can put those all together, and those shocks are together. Excellent. What did we say? Orange in the back, red in the front. So now the real fun part, clipping these together. I guarantee you will not be able to clip these on by hand because I couldn't at all, even when. Yeah, no, not even close. So use pliers. Okay. That is the larger side. Just FYI as well, this is the larger side. So put that on. You're going to have a heck of a time if you tried to put the smaller side on. But even with the larger side, you will need pliers because listen to this. Ugh. Whew. Okay, ready? And yeah, there we go. Yeah, you really have to push. You really got to want it for these ones. And these ball cups are the same. That's the bigger side there. This is the smaller side. So if I can illustrate it on this shock, that's the smaller side, okay? That's the bigger side. See the visual difference? So make sure you got the bigger side going onto the ball stud. There we go, or your life will be a pain in the butt. Bang, that one's on. And put this one on. Oh, yeah, got it. All right, so there's the front side. Now we're going to do the rear. Same thing for the rear. Ugh, get my pliers in position here. Yeah, you really got to squeeze for these ones. That is for sure, my friends. Oh, yes, squeeze it on there good. Make sure you get the right side. That's the right side for that. Squeeze. All right, and this side, do the same thing. Prepare the ball stud and cup sideways and squeeze. Oh, I was going to say squeeze hard, but my hands were not ready. Squeeze. There we go. Very good. Now we have shocks installed. There we go. Very nice. Shocks installed. Very nice. Great success. We now have 90 to 95% of a car, I would say. We're really just missing the magnet mounts and bumper, I think. That's about it. So now that we've done that, we will move on to the last bag, and that is bag number 8 with the wheels and such. It's nice that 3Racing provides wheels and tires, and they are polished cement tires, polished concrete basically. So let's cut this open, and then I'll show you what's what, and then we're good. Oh, this already has been cut open. Forgot, so let's extend that cut. Yeah, wheels, tires, the magnet mount body posts, and the front bumper. Excuse me. I think about what I want to eat after this. What kind of meal I'd like. Will I like a sub, burger, a sandwich, soup? I don't know. We will find out. Maybe I'll write that in the description what I had for a meal after building this car, because I've been at this for a collective, I'm not even sure, probably 3-4 hours, maybe 4.5 now. We will find out. That tree is dead, so we can put that over there. Not too many parts here to deal with, but I think some of the screws we need are going to be well, maybe that's what was taken, was the last bit of screws. Oh no, it was taken out. This was taken out, right? I forgot. I put this off to the side. This was taken out to be inspected and put back. These are the magnets. They're very strong. Let's put those over there. Let's cut this open. This is the screws and such we need. These are the magnet cups. These are what the magnets clip to. These parts go in your body, and then the magnet goes into this, and then it stays really nice in place. Put those over there. Let's sort some screws real quick. Long screw, long screw. Long screw, long screw, semi-long screw, semi-long screw. Button heads. Oh, those are longer, those two. Those are 8s, those are 10s. Or 12s and 10s, one of the two. And yes, So that goes there. 4, 5, 6. Okay. Bravo. All right. So that, and then we just got to cut open these magnets. I really like the wow. I really like the 3Racing magnet set. It's strong, it works really well, and they don't move around very much. So, yeah, good job there, 3Racing. So let's take a look now. I'll move my close-up cam up for us. Here is the final step, step 8, part 8, bag 8. There's all the parts you need. Those ones are 10 mil, those ones are 15 mil, those posts, just FYI. And what do we do here? It's mostly installing electronic parts, the motor and such, speed control, double side. We don't have any of that, so we can't do any of the pinion or the motor screws. Those will be off to the side for later. Okay, so we can't do any of page 27 really. Yeah, because that's all screwing things together that we don't have. So we skip page 27. But we go to page 28 and we install the front bumper and the front magnets mounts, and then the rear body magnets for the rear of the car. We'll do that next. After that on page 28. Then we do the wheels and tires, which have already been put together for us. It says how to install them. We just clip on. They've already done that for us. And then we get to the final part, which will have a huge little celebration when we get there. All right, so page 27. What did I say? We're not doing anything because we don't have electronics. The pinion is there, the set screws there, that's the servo horn screw, and then these 2 screws are for the motor mount. And remember those other 2 screws. Oh geez, camera wasn't down. Hold on, let me put the camera down again for us. Okay, so the pinion gear here, that will be later for the motor, the set screws there. These 2 screws, those go for the motor mounting. There's our servo horn screw, and these 2 were the addendum screws that we substituted out. So with that, get our car over here. We will skip page 27. We'll move right to page 28. And that is the magnets and front bumper. So let's do the harder thing first. That is the magnets. So let's put the front bumper over there. We need the short magnet posts, these guys. Okay, we need those first. And then, I'm going to angle this up a little bit. There we go. So, magnets. 2 magnets. Where did I put our glorious magnets? Yes. Ooh. You'll want to separate these as you build them because they will touch each other. So it's sort of hard to see in the manual which one you stick this in, but if I look close enough, we will see that they are in the middleest hole because there's 5 holes. They want it right in the middle there, so this is pretty easy to deal with. Get our DeWalt going. So we want long screw. There are 22 and a 20. Is it 22 and a 20? Yeah, okay. So 22, 20. So we want, for the front, we want the 22. That's these long boys. So take a long screw. Take a long screw. Take a magnet. Yoink. The screw will stick to it. There we go. And make sure you put the screw in the countersunk side. See that? So the screw sits flat. That's what you want. Don't put it on that side. Okay, so once we do that, then we're going to take the long post, the 15 mil plastic long post there. It even is written 15 right on it. See, 15. So then we can screw it straight to the post in the middle hole, right here, or the 3rd hole basically. And you'll want to get it nice and snug, but don't tighten it, don't reef it down, because if you stress tighten it, you will crack the magnet. We don't want that. Can't have that. So, excuse me, 15 again. And straight onto the post. Nice and snug. There we go. Look, see, they're already trying to talk to each other. So that's that. Then you can take these and screw them on to the front of the car, or sorry, yeah, so the front of the car. Screws go in the front side, these go off onto the back side like so. I mean, but if you really wanted to, you could mount it like this. Nothing wrong with that. They've just put the recessed holes in here so that your 10 millimeter Screws will go right in. Whoa, there we go. So, whoa. So let's do the first one. And then the second one. Hey. First one, second one. Oh, 10, 9, 8, 7. There we go. I forgot. Put your locking clutch down to 7 or you might strip things. I just heard it there. It almost didn't, the clutch didn't almost want to give out because it was stronger setting. That would have been my fault. Hey, okay, so let's do this here. Very good. There's the front magnet mounts installed. You can take 2 discs now and pop them on the top if you want. Excellent, isn't that awesome? So there's the front, and then we can do the front bumper, which is 2 of these little guys here, and it screws right into the front of the car right here. Very straightforward. This is non-standard bumper mounting to the rest of the cars out there. But what are you going to do? There we go. Put that upside down. One, 2. There we go. There's the front end done. Okay, front bumper. Whoa. Sorry, I whacked the camera again. I gotta stop doing that. Okay, camera is back. So there, front bumper and the front magnets. Very nice. Now we will do the rear. It's a little bit of an assembly, so let's get it going. We got to get out these last 2 carbon pieces, which are part of the rear body post assembly, or body magnet, sorry. Nice carbon pieces here. That's the brace piece. So now we will take this brace piece, and you'll want to orientate it this way because this is top with the cutouts. And then we take our body posts mountings, and these are sort of the same top and bottom, sort of, except see one side of the screw mounts here you can see has no markings and the other side has markings. And they are showing those markings on the downside. So it will orientate like that. Take your button head screw, and let's start putting screws in. Whoa. 1. Whoa. 1, 2. Yeah, and then the next ones. 1, 2, 1, 2. Bravo. Okay. Very good. All installed there. Okay, and then after we do that, this is the orientation. Then we want to do the rear magnet stuff, the actual magnet. So this is where it gets a little more interesting. So we want to put the screw through the magnet. Separate our magnets here. Screw through the magnet. Then our 10mm post. Then we put it through the brace. There's the top side. See the cutouts there? That's the top side. Put it through. And then, what hole do they want it in? The 3rd from the end of the post. So that one right there. Right there. And, okay, so we can grab our trusty DeWalty boy. Get that going and get the post held. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to pre-thread that and not tighten it yet because we got to do this the other side here. So, screw, magnet, post. And in through the brace and hold it in the hole there. The magnet is trying to magnet my bit. There we go. And then just snug these up. There we go. Nice and snug. Yep, snug as a bug in a rug. Come on now. There we go. There we go. Nice and snug. Come on out, you. There we go. Okay, so there's our rear magnet body post assembly. This will bolt straight onto the back of the car with those 2 screw holes there. There's only 2 holes on the shock tower for it. Right, so I'll bring this over here. We line this up like so. That's how it will go. Take a screw and get it ready. And get a little pre-thread action. Take the other screw here. Well, put it on into the hole. Into the hole. There we go. Just had to find it. There we go. Really? All right. Tolerance, man. And there, now that's tight. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. Now that we've done that, that's installed. Looks good, right? Very good. Now we can put the wheels on. So take the wheel nuts off that we put on at the beginning or at the knuckle install. These are all 6mm wheels as well, which was a nice touch. We all mentioned this when 3Racing asked us for feedback on the design of the D6 when they were designing it. Several of us sent many infos, tips, this and that, they asked us things we loved, things we hated. We told them everything, to the point where I made a ton of memes about it as well. I say a ton. There's probably I probably made 3 memes about the whole thing. So there's one wheel. Yeah, it's a little stiff. There we go. Yeah, it should spin freely. The bearings will break in. There we go. Oh, I was touching the knuckle. There we go. Okay. Next one on the rear here. And I did run these tires at my local track, Strictly Sideways Club, where it is polished concrete. And these tires worked pretty dang good. I was surprised. I was dooring people out of the box. It was great. I was having a blast. There we go. That one's installed. Got some stiffness from the belt. That's normal. The bit of drag. That belt will break in after the first few runs for sure. Okay, there we go. Get that installed. Make sure it's tight. Snug it up. There we go. Yeah, got some rear wheels. Oh, and this one's... There we go. Might have put it a bit too tight. There we go. Yeah, it'll break itself in. There we go. There we go. We just had to wiggle things around a little bit. Some things weren't seating correctly a little bit there. That's okay. Get our nut off for the last one here. But yeah, I really like that 3Racing decided to include wheels and tires, because most kits do not include this unless they're a special version or something like that. Most don't bother. There we go. There's our front wheel. Hell yeah. I'm touching the disc. Stop touching the disc. There we go. Look at the scaleness. Look how cool that looks. Yeah. All right. So put these on the back side. There we go. Okay. There's our wheels and tires. And guess what? We have completed the car. There it is. The Sakura D6 GA, the Plus version. She's all done. Look at that. So if you are following along with me, your car should now be complete, should be in one piece. You should be ready for electronics. And then in another half an hour to an hour after electronics, or however long that takes to install, you should be getting ready to go on track, or at least mount a body onto these beautiful magnet clips here. And as per the manual, check it out. You did it! Great! Congratulations! Yoo-hoo! Doo-doo-doo-doo. Look at that. Put it right big there. Doo-doo-doo-doo. You have completed your car. I like that. Congratulations, your car is built. Bravo! What's on the next page? What is on the next page? Look at this. So it's gear ratio chart. Okay, so many gear ratios there for you to figure out and choose from, whatever you decide to do. And they actually included a setup sheet, and it's blank, so you can fill it out yourself with your own setup, which is very nice. They have team driver setups as well available, so you can go on their website, 3Racing's website, and check that out. What else is in this manual? Oh, look, and on the back side of the setting sheet, this is FJ Faisal. This is one of the engineers for 3Racing, one of the people we talk to kind of directly on Facebook when we have issues, or we can tag him and stuff, and he will respond with informations. But during the design of the car, he was who we were referencing. He was who was dropping all of the tuning things and features and all that stuff. So shout out FJ Faisal. This is his tune for Todak RC, which is indoor flat plastic tile, P-tile, with a low traction surface. So there you go. And that's his setup there. What else is in this manual? There's all the parts list and the different parts the replacement parts primarily here. Yeah, more replacement parts, a couple of aluminum Sakura, other option parts from previous Sakuras, or other things that will fit this car. But this is all the parts guide, the parts, part numbers and all that stuff. And none of the Opera D6 parts are up in here. You're gonna have to find those on the website. And then that's it. That's the last page. And there you go. So, and the last few parts they've listed here, the last couple of parts on the thing. So there it is. There's the D6, all complete, ready to go, ready to rock and ruin. Sam should be quite happy now. He'll be having fun playing with the D6 and getting it on track and doing all that stuff. Awesome. Look at all the stuff everywhere. I could take the close-up camera out. Look at the aftermath. Look at all the, oh yeah, all the yeah, and my tools are kind of somewhat, well, they're kind of in line, but a little bit everywhere. But yes, we have completed the car. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. We have completed the car. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat. Yeah, I don't know, burger, sub, something like that. At time of filming, it's actually very late. I'm not even sure what actual time it is. Can I find out on one of the cameras here? Yes, it's 5:03 a.m. I like to film late night on a crazy schedule. But anyways, it's technically track day today as well too. So this car will probably end up driving later in the day, hours from now. Look, I don't have a watch, but I'm looking at my wrist for that. And yes, the owner will have to install his own electronics. That won't be a problem for him. He's done many things. And then I'll just explain to him how I built the car, but it's basically box stock with the swapped O-rings, and it should drive very good out of the box. I told him I was going to set it up manual spec, all box stock, so that he could experience the car from the box and then do all kinds of tuning in that, because he's driven several other people's D6s and things like that. But yeah, here we can get a good idea, a good look at the suspension and the geometry of the steering there. I'll put it on the close-up cam here. And better, you can better see the steering geometry now with the wheels attached. All right, there we go. Very good. And you can even see the active rear toe is more defined here. There we go. See it rocking away there. Awesome. But yeah, the car is complete. So if you have reached this point with your car is complete, congratulations, well done. Hopefully I could help with the tips, tools, chatter and banter. And if y'all were playing the fun game of what words do I say too many often, well, hopefully somebody won or someone's on the floor or whatever. But yes, car is done. Thank you very much for watching and sticking out with me on this. Hopefully I could help with your build, get you on track sooner than later. And I'm always available for contact, Facebook, Instagram. You can even contact me on YouTube. Tips and tricks, leave a comment if you want. For this car build though, yeah, if you've been following along and if I missed something or if you got another tip to point out, definitely drop it in the comments for me and I'll check that out. I always like to check the comments, see what people say, whether it's just a general thanks or if, oh, hey, you can do this, that, and this will make this easier or whatever, or you missed something that you should address, please let me know. Like, comment, subscribe. Thank you all very much for watching. I'm going to keep plugging away, building whatever I can get my hands on, making lots of videos this year. I am going hard. So if you want a car featured, if you want something built on camera, let me know, contact me, see me at the track, Strictly Sideways Club in Mississauga. We'll go from there. Once again, thank you for watching. Like, comment, subscribe. Bye for now.